All right. I think we are here.
Yeah, I believe we are in fact live.
Ooh, how exciting. I'm going to make sure I put my headphones on so you're not hearing my things twice.
All right, hello and welcome everybody to the official, unofficial NA Qualifier number 2 Duels Tournament cast, the Duel Frenzy.
Hello.
I am joined by the Filthy Spaniard, who will be adminning this tournament, but he is here in Rippy's absence for a minute.
Oh yeah, Rippy's just getting himself sorted. I will be out of here, out of your way, pretty soon. So don't worry
Okay,
about that.
apologies. I was picking my dog out.
Yeah, no worries. Rippy is here. I'm going to go back to adminning stuff. Welcome everybody to the tournament today. Yeah. Oh, by the way, that bracket timer you can set it to 45 minutes rather than
Oh, yeah,
30
well, I'll
minutes.
reset that.
Oh yeah. So yeah, the stream here has a timer on, so you know how long you got left on your to do your matches. And I will leave Rippy and Jones to it. If they, they can always pull me back if they need anything explaining or might need my attention. Thanks guys very much for casting.
Absolutely.
I'm excited for some cool matches today.
Yeah.
It's gonna be exciting.
I'm hoping to see that one dude who only has 4 characters unlocked.
That guy's winning, man. I'm calling him.
Yeah, I believe I believe in him. He's gonna be powerful. All right, take care, guys, and have a good cast.
Have a good admin job, I guess.
Good job.
It's quite a job to be a TO, I'll say.
Yeah, I don't envy it. All right, let me see if I can reset this timer here without destroying the earth.
That would be very useful. So while you do that, I'll take a look at the brackets. If there's any good matches today.
Wait, is Scorpion fighting John DeLiner?
Ain't no way. Is that
Ain't no
thing?
way. Hold on. I gotta fix
We
this
would
timer
be
fast. You have
watching
to catch
that.
that.
There's also the Ray 2 Knives versus Seed Eater game. I think those two players. This is Crag versus Flying. The Flying Fleas. There's some names I recognize. Don't see Scorpion. There's so many. Okay. John the Casual. Is that John the Liner?
Possibly.
Cause yeah. There's like 3 decent match right away.
Okay. I gotta fix this fast.
Yeah, very fast.
Very fast. Unfortunately, it's being
Someone
difficult.
already had a W because someone dropped out already.
It wouldn't be a tournament otherwise.
Yeah. And yeah, make sure you give me a stream
Oh yeah, forgot.
when your shit's fixed.
I'm starting the tourney 0-1. I don't want to literally just delete this scene, but that might be the fastest play. I think I'm gonna try
What's
that.
the issue?
I can't reset the timer. It's being difficult. I could reset it earlier, but it's not being my friend anymore.
That's unfortunate.
It surely is.
Is there any way you can maybe put us in a game for the stream and work on the timer in the meantime?
Yes, indeed.
I can do the commentary while
Hell yeah. All right, let me give you a stream real quick.
yes.
All right, the spectation eye has just appeared.
Alright. Alright, Kong versus Zerker. That's interesting. I haven't seen much Kong since the side bash nerf, so I really wonder Char plays now.
Round one.
We'll see how that match goes. Really not too knowledgeable in that matchup. We have the Kong trying to stay away using his unblockable pressure. Then the Bird's interesting. Man, I gotta be careful, man. I'm calling that Char Burger now, but it's Berserker. If you ever hear me call Berserker Burger, just know it's so yeah, the bash whiffs, the Berserker. Man, that is tough. I am sorry for that. But the Berserker is gonna get the free GB, and now the Kong good pair are gonna get the zone. For now, we really don't see much reaction from any sides. It's really a read-based matchup, and anyone can win really in a matchup like that. The good bash from the Kong, the good read with the GB grabs the heavy, and Kong's gonna take run 1 on 1 HP.
Okay, I've got the timer fixed. It's back at 45. Let me get this down to what it should be.
Round two.
All right, I think about 38 minutes, about 38, 37.
Kong starting with a good start, gets scored half HP with a good CC on the bash. The Kong right now is just really getting all the reads, doesn't dodge, doesn't get GB'd. Eats a lot and the heavy and the light, and that can go really quickly with a Berserker like that. A couple bad reads and you can eat a lot of damage. You're gonna get a wall splinted top heavy, and that's gonna be it.
The defender wins.
Yeah, all right, we should be good on the stream now. We might have a couple of like frame drops / audio issues throughout because I have no idea what I'm doing, but
That's pretty cool.
We make it
So
work,
did you
it's
start a timer from the beginning?
no, it's at 38 minutes now.
Alright, good. Because I was about to say, if the timer's late, we should let people know. So yeah, I'll let you take over for this round.
Yeah, this is not looking super grand for the Scorpion Meister right now. He's gonna go back on the wall, and he can eat basically one more mix, and that's it. Ooh, that might do it. Yeah. All right, that's 3-0 for John DeLiner.
Yeah.
Conk kind of
Two more to
destroying.
go. Yeah, it's best of 9, remember? So comeback is still possible. We saw that Kong doing like the wall splat to unblockable. That's like, I think that's like 1 more damage now, if I'm not mistaken. It's 28 over a 27 damage top heavy, but there's no reason not to go for it. Just gonna make sure you don't miss it. Good parry from Scorp, good dodge, and it's gonna be a free GB because since this nerf to side dodge bashes, every side dodge bash is a free GB on dodge. And that round is going really well for Scorpion and just parries the raw heavy and gonna get around. And the early rounds, something I'll say about the early rounds is you're really like learning about your opponent. You know, you're like analyzing like his play style, the reads he makes and stuff. So the first 2 to 3 to maybe 4 rounds of a duel, like it can go really one side and then can like turn quickly around. And I know for playing in Scorpion that like he's really good at making those reads once he starts like knowing an opponent very well. So we'll see if he can make it back or if John DeLiner is gonna have the best of him. Good dodge again, gonna get the free GB. The side heavy into the chain light won't connect. Doesn't get caught by GB and lights interrupt the bash, but it's gonna get caught and that's a big punish. Actually, never mind. He was not out of stam when he got GB'd, so he's safe. Get stam back. Only 2 bars, like in a couple of bashes, right? An unblockable feint bashes is also like a pretty good mix for Kong. And a couple of those, and Scorpion will be dead. About 1 HP, good dodge, and that's gonna be the round. John DeLiner may be a bit too scared of the chain lights and stuff. He does a lot of side dodge bashes and gets baited a lot. It's a big part of your HP bar that gets lost when you eat 23, 24 damage Berserker side of you, so you can't be doing those side dodge bashes too much, especially if you get punished.
Yeah, there are a couple people asking in the chat who these players are, and a funny question to be asking in this match specifically because these are 2 of the most well-known players. So If you're not aware, John the Casual is John DeLiner, who is a rather popular YouTuber, and Scorpion is a well-known competitive player out of North America. That's a top heavy from a Conquer. You don't get that on a GB. But yeah, I mean, if you're here to watch a tournament, this is definitely one of the major matches to watch. We're lucky to have one with 2 players like this early on. And Scorp out of stam in the corner at 1 HP is not going to go well. Yeah, that's game point right there.
Round 7.
Yeah, I'll mess with that between game splits. Thanks.
Alright, a good bear from John Liner baited out the heavy by feigning a UB. He's gonna get early damage lead. Already landed 3 attacks. Another light is gonna connect. The full block, he's not gonna get a punish, but will get the bash. And good parry by Scorp, just trying to bring it back. The unblockable almost brings it back to even. Another light in, and then he gets bashed. 2 bars left, 1 bar left now. Gets hit by the unblockable, and any bash is not gonna kill him. And he GBs and gets caught by the bash. Conqueror is still a very good duelist if you're not reacting to bash. A lot of reads to make on any 4 dodge, and you cannot really GB the bash itself, so very strong duelist still.
Yeah, and that is going to be game 1. That's not a Scorpion. It has not lost this set yet. It is first to 2 games wins. And just a reminder for everybody, this is not an elimination style tournament. We are doing Swiss, which essentially means that when you it's not elimination wherein you play until you lose twice and then you're out of the tournament. You play through every round and then accumulate points based on winning, and as you go deeper in the tournament, you play against players who have the same number of points as you, so you're consistently playing against people closer to your skill level, and then the players who win the most matches by the end of the tournament end up taking the top 8 slots, and they advance into the finals. All right, I'm gonna see, oh, Spectate has appeared. All right, let me see if I can make some of this UI a little bit easier to look at.
Round 1.
Yeah, so Scorpion switched to Warden. I'm surprised to see that pick, and John Liner is gonna be on Warmonger. The advantage of Warden over Warmonger is that you get to chain bash a lot, so you can get to continue pressure after every bash, while Warmonger get a reset and do another read after landing your bash. The advantage of Warmonger, though, and we see it right now, is on a map like that, every parry is 30 damage pretty much. Very big punishes makes it very tough to throw attacks. And just like that, Scorpion is gonna bleed out.
The defender wins.
Also, the high frames on Warmonger's side dodge, unblockable now, might make it a very effective tool against Warden's shoulder bash. Though it is very GB-able, so on a read, the GB will always get it. But we see it there, first one, 24 damage punish too. No need to feign it to GB, you can always get 24 damage from the unblockable itself. Good read by Scorpion, catches a dodge, the unblockable is gonna connect. The GB won't connect unfortunately, and that's really like a read-based matchup that we see right here. Not gonna fall for the feint to GB. No reason to go for that parry either. Jungle Liner doesn't bite on the feint to GB. The line's gonna connect. Good roll. Get to block the undodgeable because the undodgeable was a little late. Gonna get caught by the unblockable now. He is once again 1 mix-up away from dying. That's gonna be it. Round 2 taken by Jungle Liner.
Yeah, the other thing to keep in mind here is that this is using the Conquest format, which is if you win on a character, you do have to switch. So John's going to be off the Conqueror for the rest of this. Scorpion's just kind of chosen the Warden as a passion pick. And so far, it's not going super well, but I mean, if he can pick up this game, that definitely puts him in a better spot. And a nice mix-up there with the UB. That is one of the major advantages that Warden has over Warmonger in the 1v1 is the better access to the unblockable mix-up there. And of course, there's the War Monster advantage where you can just side dodging into your UB. which is especially scary recently with some of the new changes like that. But of course, the iframes have also made it a good bit better. And really, just one bash should do it here. And a nice read there from John is going to end up killing Scorpion. He's 2 rounds away from picking up this first set win.
The defender wins.
It's a really scary position to be in when you're Scorpion. You don't want to be down 3-0 in a set where you're already losing 1-0. So
Round 4.
definitely not somewhere you want to be. But Warden's really like a read character. So a couple of good reads and a couple of fully charged shoulder bash or feint to GB and can go at his advantage. The zone's going to connect on the dodge. That's a good read. He's going to light him out of his UB. And I wonder why he didn't go for the second light. Maybe he thought his light wouldn't connect and didn't want to give him a free light berry. Good light berry. They're going to get a top heavy and the unblockable. It's going to get parried. John the Liner's going to get a 30 damage punish on the wall. Can he get to his mix-up? He's going to throw the light. Not parried by Scorpion, but his shoulder bash is going to be guaranteed after dodging the second line. And the zone's going to catch him out of his dodge. And that's where you see that Warden can really because after any read, any punish, you get to continue pressuring while Warmonger, she got a light berry, got 30 damage, but now she's gonna make another read, and if Warden makes that read, she's actually in her own offense.
Yeah, there's some of the iframes coming into play with the War Monster dodge attack. And yeah, Scorpion's got to be very careful with his health bar here. He doesn't want to go down early, even though, as you said, it can sometimes be a little bit difficult for the Warmonger to maintain her pressure. She's definitely got the tools to work you down, and there's a light parry. That's going to get Scorpion very low on HP here. Yeah, he's just trying to sort of play defense right now. He knows that if he throws too much offense, he's going to just end up getting parried. This might be enough in bleed to almost kill him here. Yeah, he's going to be bleeding out. He's playing against the clock. He's got to kill John, and John knows he just has to survive for a second, and he does. He needs one more round to advance.
Yeah, it's really throwing unblockables is really risky in that matchup, and I doubt John the Liner's reacting to it, but Warden is not the artist unblockable to react to. But even just on a read, the read is very favorable to John the Liner, especially with a health advantage like that. Going for the parry is not the biggest risk because you win the round on a good read. And again, the 30 damage impale is going to connect, and you really lose. You lose over a bar of health for every parry, so you don't want to get parried too much. You want to be really careful about what you throw. Another eye is going to connect. Feint to GB won't connect, and the zone's going to catch the unblockable. Scorpion's doing a good job using his zone and his lights to catch him out of the unblockable, or out of the feint from the unblockable. But gets parried a lot and loses a lot of HP that way. Good side of it there, and the round is still winnable for him. One bite on the feint to GB. The zone's going to connect the unblockable, but John the Liner, good light on the GB. Scorpion wanted to go for the GB. He didn't want John the Liner to pair another unblockable. But John the Liner made that read, and he's gonna take that set 2-0.
Yeah, that's the absolutely terrifying thing about playing on either Ranked Sanctuary or Belvedere, is if you're going against a Warmonger or an LB, characters who have really high heavy parry punishes, if they've got a wall nearby, every parry hurts so much more than any one that you get. So you got to be very careful throwing out really anything that possibly could be parried when you're playing against those chars.
Yeah, we could go and see the crack match if you'd like.
Crack match. I'm not sure I have crack added. Who's he against?
Laptopa. He's against the Flying Fleas actually. Thought you were asking his name.
Not sure I've got either of them. Let me add them real quick.
All right. If not, I saw another good match in the bracket. So let me find it. I think it was the Seed Eater match, if you have that one added. I think he was playing.
I do have Seed Eater added, in worst case scenario.
He's playing way too nice. At this point, I'm trying to see matches in the bracket of people I recognize the name of. Yes, that is very important. If you're having issues with Battlefly, like we are busy doing the casting, so please ask the admins directly. I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate answer regardless.
We only spout misinformation here on this stream.
Yes, sir. Nobu is Nobu duels are Nobu favored, no matter the matchup.
Every Nobu matchup.
Every Nobu matchup.
Even the mirror?
Mm, my Nobu's favorite in the mirror.
Oh, I got it.
I already lost. Okay, well that match's over.
Okay, sick. Okay. I got Flying Fleas did add me back. The question is their match already over?
We can watch like any match. If you have anyone added.
We could. I have Ultra added. I'm not sure if he's actually playing in this or if he's scrimmaging
I
matchmaking.
do not believe so. I haven't seen his name come up. Trying to look. There's a lot of match, so
Crack and Fleas have not reported score yet, so maybe there's a chance.
maybe. For the people in chat are playing, if you could report the score after each game, it really helps us knowing like who to spectate and stuff. But if it's not that big a deal, but it would help for sure. Instead of waiting for the entire set to be over to report the score. I still see 37 matches that haven't been completed.
All right, I'm just gonna start doing the adding people mix up.
All right. Well, if you get a friend request from Jones Crab, make sure you accept it.
Indeed, everybody wants to be my friend.
That's not gonna say anything.
Keep in mind that whatever you say is on stream.
Yes, you
You
know
can't
I
be too
cannot.
mean.
I do gonna be a little nice, you know.
Smile. Okay. Spaniard is suggesting we should be able to get laptop and Fleas, and I've added
let's go.
Fleas. Is Fleas perhaps hiding offline? Because I believe he accepted my friend request.
It could be, or it could be a bug from UB Connect. We're not safe, but yeah, because we are on PC, we can only spectate friends that are appearing online. So, would also be appreciated if you guys could appear online, while playing your matches.
That would be
I
helpful.
know that on console, or at least on Xbox, you're allowed to spectate people that are appearing offline, but I am pretty sure that on PC, it's not how that works. So.
All right. Let me see if we can find another match while we're waiting for this one. Just in case. Going back to the adding random people mix up.
If there's any match on the stream that you'd like to watch, just let us know and we can spectate them when there's no better matches happening.
Yeah, we are willing to take suggestions. Smile. All right, the Flying Fleas is not eager to be spectated, it doesn't appear. I completely agree, JTax. That was actually, it took a major favor from Spaniard for me to agree not to just win with my might.
What you mean by that?
I mean, I could have won this tournament in a heartbeat if I wasn't casting. Believe it.
I'm sure.
But out of the goodness of my heart, I decided to cast it instead.
Well, I'm sure everyone here appreciate it. You know, you could have one actually like you would have to take all 8 qualifier spots actually by yourself.
Honestly, me and all 7 of my alts. Okay. This might be an L. I've got a couple more friend requests coming through, and there are a couple people
We'll
accepting
spectate
them.
whatever you can spectate. I think there's like
Yeah.
what 18 minutes left to.
Yeah, we should definitely have time for another game here. I'm adding like a fiend.
A little reminder to people in chat. That big timer on the top left, if it goes to 0, and there's still games going, whoever is ahead of rounds or time, of rounds or sets or whatever, they win because the way Swiss bracket works, we have like a set timer for every round to limit the time the tournament takes and also the waiting times. It would be very annoying to have to wait like 2 hours because one match is like not happening. So that's why we have the timer for.
Oh, the flying fleas is spectatable. Let's go.
All right.
Okay, I would bet that this is not game 1. Oh boy, the laptop is on Shiganki.
Yeah.
What's this matchup?
Well, if you react to headbutts, like very Shigoki favored. If you don't react to headbutt, honestly, I would even go to say it might be Warlord favor because it might be really annoying. Though Shigoki has tools, right? Like his unblockable is big damage. So in a matchup where none reacts, like Shigoki got much bigger damage, but Warlord is very good at like using the headbutt to keep him out of that damage. Like that's a free GB there, so you can't like. Shigoki used to be able to just like side dodge headbutt a bunch, and even if you couldn't react, it was still like very much in your favored. But because you now get a free GB on a whiffed side dodge headbutt, you cannot abuse that as much.
Yeah, that headbutt's gonna finish him off there. For anyone who's unaware, the legendary laptop is 0 crack. For anyone who maybe paid attention to European Dominion players a few years ago. I guess it's been a few years at this point. He's got a team now, but Crack used to be one of the top players in EU on UDDA, and he's now chilling in LA this week. So he's playing in the North American tournament, and I think he got close to qualifying yesterday. So we'll see if he can improve.
Yeah,
his
I'm
score
not sure, but I don't think he did too bad. We saw the Warlord doing his side dodge slide, but that's a 6 RMS side dodge bashes, and honestly, on a computer, I don't think there's any reason, like on a decent computer at least, that goes at 60 hertz. I don't think there's any reason someone shouldn't be able to react to a side dodge headbutt that's 6 RMS, and that is a free GB on a reaction dodge as well. So
I mean,
really no need to go for a side dodge attack like that. But I do understand that not everyone's playing on optimal setup as well. Something else in the matchup that goes in favor of Shigoki is the 4 dodge headbutt now. You can chain to a heavy, which you always could do, but it is the hyper armor has been buffed, so now you get very quick hyper armor, so you can trade with dodge attacks. If the dodge attack is early enough, then Warlord can trade your heavy with his own heavy, and win the trade. But let's say on a reaction dodge, the side heavy is gonna be blocked. Shigoki will be able to headbutt, and then trade with a dodge attack and block the side, depending on when the Warlord dodges it. So something Shigoki can like use a bit to get into his mix-up. And against someone that doesn't react, then you have a mix-up that's also really hard to punish. So I know not everyone can react to shoot 4 dodge headbutt. It is a fast move for sure. So in a situation where you don't react to that move, it is also quite hard to punish.
On top of that, I've also heard that it's possible Crack is playing on the old hotel Wi-Fi, so
I believe
hopefully
it is
that
the
doesn't.
case.
Yeah, hopefully that's not too much of a factor here. But He's up 3-0 right now, but this should be the end. Yeah, Fleas gets his max punish. This might be the turnaround point. And yeah, we did. Spaniard has said that LB and Zerk are the bans here, which makes some sense, I think. Fighting LB, like we mentioned earlier, in an arena this small is just incredibly dangerous because his heavy parries count for so much.
Yes,
That
and
is a
something I'll
mix.
say, a big advantage of the Warlord in a lot of matchups are that you're really scared of doing anything that's G-buildable, right? Because the stamina drain on a wall is like no joke, and that's why Warlord is like a very good pick, even against people that react. Your defensive reach can allow you to get like some GBs, drain a lot of their stams, and get a side of E for 27. Now if the person reacts anyway, getting them off stam won't get you super far, but let's say in a matchup where they don't react to headbutt, Warlord is probably one of the favorite in this tournament, like probably one of the best char.
Ooh, he would have had that if he hadn't fainted. And now Crack is on the receiving end of the headbutt mix. And he's gonna return it with his own headbutt mix. They just need one more hit. Ooh, Fleas makes the reaction.
I am not sure like the purpose of that side dodge headbutt, if I'm being honest here. If you're gonna feint into something, you might at least use the forward dodge headbutt, but even then that wouldn't have made any kind of difference. There's a little of a panic side dodge headbutt if I had to guess. You probably expected Fleas to headbutt them, but I think a feint too light might have been better in that read, or at least wait to see some forward dodge movement before dodging.
Crack gets put on the wall here, and that's this is one of those situations where you got to be really careful of that Warlord wall throw. Not really even for the damage, it's just a ton of out of stam pressure. When you can deplete basically half of your opponent's stam bar with one wall throw on top of getting the damage, it's just incredibly threatening. And I believe that's 3 rounds in a row here for Fleas.
Yep. The Shigoki in that matchup seems to be a bit too scared of the headbutt. With a couple of reads on the headbutt, Shigoki can get wall splat and 2 hugs, which is a 30 health swing. In his favor, 20 damage plus 10 heal.
Yeah. So the walls
with a
are a
couple of
major
good reach,
factor in
Shigoki
this
can bring
matchup.
back. Yeah. Lands too heavy, and now he's just totally like destroying.
Okay. Crack just tossing out some lights in neutral, and Fleas returning with a few headbutts. And yeah, it looks like Crack's just chipping him down at this point. He just needs one more hit. Fleas is trying to reserve his HP, but he's got so much of Cracks to work through. Who's now going for the unlock tech. There we go. Crack picks up another. He's going to need one more round here. And I believe we probably missed the first game, so we're not really sure what the score is here.
I would assume it's 1-1 maybe, because there is 10 minutes left. So if they haven't played, if they still have one more match to go after this, they might not be able to finish it, honestly.
Yeah, especially if the other, I mean, considering it's this close, I wouldn't be shocked if it's 1-1 right now. And, all right, it looks like Crack's not really happy to go near the wall, and that is an absolutely winning trade for him there. Warlord does not get instant damage off his headbutt. And, ooh, he's going to be throwing the wall here. That doesn't quite put him out of stand, but it's very close. And really only a Demon's Embrace could help to turn this. I stand very corrected. Dear God, Crack is just chewing through his health bar. He's just got to survive a little bit. Fleas doesn't want to lose this at the end. Unfortunate. Crack went for the dodge, unfortunately. And that's going to be possibly the deciding round in the set. We got one more, I think. Depending on what the score is. Also, yes, Bean, I've got a little bit of a scuffed setup. We're going to be dropping frames for a while. Apologies.
Good offense by Crack. Landed like just his entire chain, heavy into headbutt into an unblockable. Everything's just fine. He's now out of stam. But at this point, with that much health advantage, I would eat every single headbutt. Your stam's gonna come back after like 3 heated headbutt, and you're still gonna have health advantage. You can maybe dodge one time, but if you're not like gonna react to the headbutt anyway, I would just prioritize just eating most of them because it is not worth eating a light and heavy or even two heavies of getting GB'd.
Yeah, I mean,
And cracks
going out of
that, I
stamina
believe
against
it's,
Warlord, I mean, you can just choose, like Rippy said, to just sit there and eat 3 headbutts and just not fall for anything. I mean, that was the thing even before they had stand pause on other Char's bashes. It's just kind of a thing you could do is just decide I am not taking any more damage than I need to. You can hit me with 3 headbutts, and that's what Crack did there.
because the game can literally turn around if you make a read and gets GB'd. On a wall, Warlord can get 2 side heavies, and with his guard top, even with no walls, he can get top heavy into heavy finishers. So, um, going from having a good advantage to literally being losing or being even in health, that is not worth taking to read. Unless you know for a fact that he's just gonna take his 3 headbutts and be fine with it, then you can make the read and dodge. But usually you would prioritize keeping health advantage.
All right, I'm gonna refresh the bracket here and see if we can figure out if that was game 2 or 3 or what's going on here.
Yeah, Dave reported the score, so it was
2-0 to the Laptopa. Yeah, of course, JTax, I can react to everything before it's even thrown, actually. Okay, we've only got a handful of matches that haven't been reported in yet. And I don't imagine we're going to be able to get into them, but we'll try. But yeah, just as a reminder for everybody, that big number there in the top left is the amount of time left in this round. If your match is not concluded by the end of that, we have a hard cutoff and we go into the next round.
any matches we're able to spectate before the timer runs out.
Possibly. I'm just adding people like a fiend.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna go back and check. I believe most of the eyeballs I have on my friends list are people not participating. Okay, we've got 2 options here. I'm gonna see what this one... Oh, never mind. That one's not a real option. And neither is that one. Okay, great.
Yeah, the eye lies
The
to
eyes
you. You need to
lie.
go under profile to know.
You think the eyes see all, but no?
It's pretty blind, actually.
Very. Okay. I'm gonna take the risk. See what happens here. We'll see where this takes me. Okay. This is probably part of the tournament. Otherwise, we're just casting matchmaking, which I've done before. Let me double check and see in the bracket. They might be under different names.
Round 1.
Yes, they are under different names. All right. We've got Spiegel, who is also known as Shinobob. Very shocking considering the Chari's on. And I would really hope that this is their third game because they don't have a lot of time left here.
Yeah, we don't know what rounds are on currently since we're spectating from the beginning, but
Yeah, we probably should have spectated from current position, but bad read.
maybe when there's not a lot of time left, I think that's what we should be doing. Really like weird Shinobi gameplay, just like panic dodging a lot around, like a lot of dodges he does not need to go for. And he's gonna get Ember Slam, and now he's one mix up away from dying, and the 4 dodge heavy, and he's gonna XC. I am the kind of person that gets really mad at XCs, like just wasting everyone's time. So be nice and don't XC, okay? XCs are banned in this tournament, actually.
Are you gonna get pissed while you're commentating watching Xyz?
It is tilting me to a level you have no idea.
Okay.
Wasting my time, their own time, their opponent's time. You can't do that, man.
They're trying to run out
Especially
the timer,
when there's
man.
like 3 minutes left at the timer.
They're trying to
like,
run it out. They're stalling.
They're stalling for time, man.
To answer a question in the chat, yeah, so since crossplay, the way that adding other players works, like specifically this changed for console players, where before, you know, you just add your friend based on their gamer tag or their PlayStation name. Everything uses Uplay now, so you always want to make sure that that's the identifier you're using when you're signing up the tournaments. It just makes it a little bit easier. It's typically not too big of a problem because you could just communicate what your Uplay is in the match chat, but it's a little bit easier.
You could have done a bigger punish now. You could have done the bash into the throw into a top heavy, or just straight up the heavy displaces and into a top heavy. I believe they are the same damage? Question mark. I think the bash and the displacement of the heavy are about 12. I'd have to double check to be sure. But the Shin's gonna take this round, making it 1-1.
Round 3.
All right, there is a good bit of stalling going on here.
A little bit, you know.
And they're not
got that
typing to
figured
each
out.
other. They're both on console, so I don't know. Maybe
Oh, the honorable emote. Now the other one's AFK.
they might have some kind of dispute of some kind. Considering this is already getting very close to the wire, we may just hop out of here, considering we're probably not going to be able to finish this match anyway. All right, we'll do one more round. The honorable crow emote. Okay, what's going on? All right, finally, after 51 seconds, someone has hit another person.
Yep. And that's where you see like Yorma very, very strong duelist. A lot of like chances at displacing and throwing enemies into walls and getting bigger punishes. But it can be quite hard for him to catch a Shinobi. But once you got a Shinobi in a mix-up, then yeah, very, very strong mix-up.
Round 4.
Yeah, stalling out the timer might be the optimal strat, but it is certainly not the honorable strat. And I'm also not sure the admins will rule with you.
I also
So, be
will
careful.
say that there is no reason you should still be going in a match. Like, a duel match takes, like, what? Even if it takes a very long time, like 10 minutes at most, right? Like, even if, like, all the rounds take a while, like, a duel match would take, like, what, 10 minutes at most, even if it's 5-4 at the end. I don't think it should go over 10 minutes, and you have 45, and even if you play 3 matches that are, like, that close, like, I don't see it being, like, 45 minutes long, so if you got to that point anyways, that something happened at some point.
Yeah, 45 minutes to play at the absolute most. 27 rounds at the absolute most. You've got more than enough time.
Once you're telling me that you play, like, every round takes 3 minutes, but
This isn't season 2.
yeah, it doesn't always happen. It doesn't often happen, like, it's really rare. Good by Barry there, gonna take the health advantage, and it's a really scary situation for Yorma. The bash not gonna get dodged. The lie's gonna catch a dodge like that. Shinobi could like use double dodge like round 2 is up. Alright. I'll propose that we just
Yeah,
leave this.
probably just ditch
and-
this. I want to
Yeah.
see who gets spammed harder here at the end. Oh, Sith Lord takes the W, and I can't back out. That was a bad read. I should have left. I don't have the
didn't
scrim
XE this
tech of XEing and leaving.
Round 6.
Okay, Nutella says anyone who was caught by the timer was turned into a double loss. So there's the answer on that. Do not stall out the timer. That's a bad idea.
Well, I think that makes sense honestly, because there is no way you should still be going on about your
Yeah.
match unless the enemy is like stalling you. Then you shouldn't get a loss for that, obviously. And I assume you wouldn't be given a double loss if you're trying to set up the match and your opponent's stalling. But at the same time, if you didn't tell the admins ahead of time, then they might not give you the win. So, but yeah, no reason for it to still be yeah, doing combat emotes before 5 or 10 minutes 60. Yeah, like that's what I was saying. Not only does it tilts everyone around, but also like it's just like wasting time for everyone. And it doesn't serve any purpose. So yeah, the double loss is definitely deserved if you take more than 45 minutes to play 3 duel matches.
SL parries versus JTax. Absolutely. I think I've got JTax. Yeah, I sure do have him added. For those of you
If
that
you
don't
want to
know
be spectated,
JTax,
add Jones grab. Like,
yes, please do.
like it is
I
on
need
the
more
screen.
friends. That's why I'm casting this
You
tournament.
don't have a whole lot of them right now.
I
Yeah.
really don't, man. I'm actually fiending for friends. But for those of you who don't know JTax, which I imagine if you're only following PC Comp, you probably wouldn't know him. But he is a pretty major Xbox name.
Did he
The
still
best
play the
Aramusha
game?
ever, for sure. What
Didn't
is
even
your
know he still
experience?
played the game.
Okay. You're not helping me out here.
I'm not trying to.
Okay. I don't know how much Aramusha he plays nowadays. Last I checked in, he was on the Glad grind and doing some really nasty ganks with the stunning tier 3. So I'm not sure he can actually use that in this tournament, but we'll see what's going on. Oh my god, I'm collecting so many friends. They're like Infinity Stones. Major appreciation to all of you who are sending me friend requests, because that's one less name I have to type in. I'll give you all virtual kisses. I can say that, right?
Probably, but do you wanna say that?
I will give most of them virtual kisses. Some of them are excluded.
Alright.
JTax is indeed on the Gladiator. I made a good read. He said, "Don't watch." This can't be good.
Please, no spoilers in chat, but
Oh, okay. He says, "Don't
Okay,
watch" because he ended it. So I guess there's some kind of
Alright.
dispute going on here. Maybe bad chart pick? I don't know. We'll sit here and wait for the next eye. He restarted. I don't know. All right, we take those. Sometimes you just gotta confuse your opponent before the game even starts. That's some Art of War stuff. All right, we should just be waiting for this eye to end, and then the next one to start. Think you can pop in now? All right, we'll try it. We'll make the read.
It is the same matchup, but I
I'm
don't know if it's the same game.
thinking it's probably the same game, but not much harm in trying. I'm gonna hit from beginning here, and if they start the same way, I'll back out again.
Round 1.
Okay, JTax chat says we should be good.
Alright.
Who's casting? I am Jones, aka Absolutely Nobody, and I'm co-casting with Rippy, who's one of the top North American players. Yeah, this is definitely a different game than last one. We actually have gameplay this time.
Yeah. This matchups really depends, I think, on the ability to Yom trajected toe stab and the zone, because if the Yom is able to dodge a toe stab in the zone, the neutral one at least, it's a little harder for Glad to get into his Q or mix down. But if the Yom is not reacting, then Glad actually got offense from neutral into a 37, I think 37 damage Q unblockable, so it makes the character a lot more powerful. So I've been told that they restarted because they had the floating weapon glitch on Glad.
Oh yeah, that makes
The
sense.
one where it's Strider in the air, and the bans are Tiandi and Afira.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. That doesn't really shock me too much at all.
Yeah, I believe unless you fight like some of the more well-known player, I guess, the bans will really be like more around the chars you don't like fighting, rather than what the enemy's playing, because you don't really know what they're playing.
Yeah.
Round 3.
Or you
so
could
again,
be you and accidentally ban a Highlander player from playing Highlander.
Alright, so the idea behind it is that first it's funny, and and second,
Okay.
I kind of just use this tournament as like 1v1 practice, so I don't really want to like limit character pick. So
You
I
have to
didn't really
weigh
want to ban,
yourself
like,
down
any
in order to
chores.
make it a challenge.
yeah, basically that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my
Yeah, I was about
god,
to say
the toe
Yonk
stab
and
bait.
Shane.
I'm gonna say that was intentional. That looked way too cool for it not to be intentional.
Alright. Yeah, I was about to say, if Yorm gets deflected, he can do the chain zone move to avoid this cure. So basically, it's gonna hit the hyper armor and gonna deal like what, like 2 damage or something like that, and then you hit him for 24 damage and get to your unblockable pressure. So deflecting Yorm is definitely not the play. You should be looking to pairing him instead.
Yeah, this is
I was gonna connect
not
the chain
Orochi
toast and
deflect
connect as well.
or Zark deflect.
Yeah, no.
Gotta watch out for the hyper armor. And I am wondering, like, to your point earlier about being able to react to Glad, Zone, and Toe Stab, just how much SL parries is able to do that, because we've seen him dodge a couple. I'm wondering how consistently he's going to be able to do that.
Yeah,
And
chain one is like less important because it's only in chain and it's like 500, so there's a lot less people that would be able to dodge a chain toe
Yeah.
stab. But if we're talking about the neutral one, 6 RMS is not like 6 RMS is not like something that only like top reaction player can do. It's something that a lot of players should be able to do with a minimum practice. It is not easy, but like let's say with 144 Hz setup, let's say like it's not the artist reaction. It looks like this one was on reaction. He gets a free toe stab though because he got hit out of his. I mean the delayed the knockout, and now he was able to the Glad was able to get a free toe stab and wake up. Might have been able to get a free GB as well. I'm not 100% sure. He has a good punish there, which is with Yorm to bash into the light, which does the same thing as a. Which does 24 damage, but it's just a little weird way to input. And then the parry is gonna be the end of that round.
The attacker wins.
yeah, JTax 1 round away from picking up the first game. Representing the Glad mains.
Round 6.
That's a free GB, and that's gonna be a big punish into the throw, and then top heavy, and that's a big chunk of health. And after that, he still has unblockable pressure to go for. So another GB would be the same punish, and the unblockable would be the unblockable plus another top heavy. So when Yorm gets you into a wall, like it's really scary because he gets big damage and 2 pressure for more big damage. Another time, JTAC is going for the deflect, but not punished by the Yorm. At this point, if the Yorm knows the Gladiator likes his deflect so much, he should keep throwing his attacks, but be ready to press his zone attack in case he sees them deflect, because the hero will beat anything that is in high armored.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at that point, when you've had your attacks deflected so many times, you might as well just start trying to pre-input hyper armored attacks just as a way to cover yourself there.
It's also, as I said earlier, like this hero is also, I believe, 37 damage or close to that, unless it got nerfed. But I believe it didn't get nerfed since last time I checked. So it is a very big chunk of health that you lose for getting deflected. Good bash
That's
landing
a
there.
major punish here. And JTAX responds by poking at him like a fly.
Something that we gotta say about Yorm, like something that goes in Yorm's favor, are his punishes. We already mentioned like his wall punches are very big, but also his mix up. How much damage does the Hammer Slam? Is it still 30 or did it get reduced? Do you know?
Asking me any damage related questions is a bad read.
You know, that's a big chunk of health that you lose. I believe you still lose 30 HP for getting a Hammer Slam, and every heavy parry is 16 damage, which is very high damage for a heavy parry. I think the maximum in the game should be 14, but that's a question for another time.
All right.
Glad I won the first match pretty easily.
Yeah, game 1 to JTAX. Consoles
Yeah,
reigning
and
supreme. Ignore the fact that it says PC right here.
ignore that.
Don't worry about it.
It's an in-game bug for sure. It's not actually.
No, it's definitely an in-game bug. I believe it.
See, Warden LB.
Oh boy, this is a matchup right here.
As a non-1v1 player, I believe I'd give the edge to Warden in that matchup.
Yeah.
Though
I
I'll
mean,
say LBGB punishes are very good, and he has very good throw range to throw into wall and do a top heavy into a stun chain line that's very hard to react to if reactable at all. So LBGB punishes are nothing to laugh at, but you won't get as much berries unless the Warden decides to use the unblockable, which I think really shouldn't really bother using the unblockable and just go for shoulder bash mix-ups. He does get the damage here. It's also different from because at higher levels, like you see a lot of these Warden not using any unblockables because it's actually like not the artist's unblockable to parries, so they will use pretty much only shoulder bash. The LB could have been a top heavy there and would have been able to probably seal the deal with it.
yeah, if JTAX is gonna allow this LB to be completely up in his face this entire time, he might have a little bit of difficulty. So hopefully he can find a way to get some space and actually use his shoulder bash mix-up. Because if he's not using his shoulder bash mix-up, I mean, he might as well have picked a different char at that point. Especially considering, you know, any attack he can throw that's parryable is not necessarily the greatest risk-reward against LB on this map. So you've really got to make good use of your shoulder bash. Yeah, that is a lot of damage. And that's going to be even more. And SL parries might completely turn this around right here.
Yeah, something to mention. The LB decided to go for the top light, and that makes it so the Warden could have done a free GB. I'm pretty sure, unless it got changed. So you have a choice to go for 2 heavies and into like a mix-up, or go for the top light, which is guaranteed, but gives your opponent a free GB on wake up. And because now everyone gets their stand back on wake up, well, it's pretty much always a free GB.
Oh, we're going to the wall here.
Yep.
And that's going to be a good bit of damage. It's also stam damage, though, which prevented JTAX from going into his shoulder bash mix-up for a moment. And, oof. Yeah, I mean, it's just so incredibly risky for JTax to throw really anything that isn't a shoulder bash mix-up because the risk reward is so skewed toward LB here. But I mean, if he can continue landing his own parries like that, he should be all right.
Yep. I would say, like I've said a couple times already, but after landing his own parries, I would prioritize going to the shoulder bash again because yes, LB has like good GB punishes, but you can also get good damage yourself on a shoulder bash read. While the unblockable, you can also get good damage, but it's like a more risky option usually because LB can parry and get undodgeable if they make the read. You can also dodge and get a free GB. They can attack into it a lot more, you know, like shoulder bash, there's more timings that you can go for. You can feint it and bait out attacks as well, which you can do with the unblockable. But it's mainly like the fact that you have multiple shoulder bash timing, one that gives you 27 damage as well. When fully charged, it's gonna be a throw again. But yeah, the more I'm watching this matchup, the more I think it might not be as favorable for Warden, but also a lot of our shoulder bash gets GB'd, so maybe just a problem with the reads. Also, a couple of times I saw that Warden not going for the fully charged bash and attempting a top heavy, which got blocked, so there's that.
I think he's realizing it more now. I really, the Warden pick actually kind of shocked me from JTax. I'm not sure how much he plays the Charlotte. How many levels does he have? Okay, he's rep 1. I mean, he's got some time on him. I was going to say, I'm not sure how experienced he is on the Char, so it might have just been misinput, but I think it's more likely nerves in this case.
Yeah.
And
you see there why LB is such a good Char. Like, got a light parry, put his opponent out of stand with that light parry, and got big damage. Unfortunately, couldn't finish up the job there, and it's going to be 3-1 for JTax. But yeah, LB definitely one of the better Chars in the game right now, especially if you can react to unblockables, because with very good reaction, with top tier reactions, every unblock will become unusable, because instead of eating the usual like 12 damage for making the read, you eat 1 plus 27, which is 28, plus then you're stunned, so you kind of just eat the next attack a lot of the time, like it's a tough read to make. So you can eat up to like 40 damage with like from a single heavy parry into LB's pressure, so
yeah,
another parry there, and we'll see what I just said. That's 1
reach.
damage. That's 27. And then didn't go for the chin light. Maybe he thought JTax would read a parry on one of the 3 side and didn't want to take the risk. Wanted to go for the moolie, like it's like most people call it.
Yeah, here we go. He's going into the shoulder bash mix. He's just got to land 1 more bar of damage here. That's not going to be able to be done in 1 shoulder bash, but now it can. Just needs really 1 or 2 more hits, and that'll do it.
The defender wins.
Gonna need 1 more round to pick up this second game. So what is it that the LB needs to be really relying on here that you think he's not getting full value out of?
6.
All right, I've been left on red.
Did you talk to me? I'm sorry, I zoned out.
All right, I respect it. I was wondering
I
what the
apologize.
LB needs to be doing that he's not getting full value out of if he wants to turn this around.
It's really just well, I'll start by saying the main difference between like the gameplay we see here and the gameplay we see like if we were to have a top level Warden and a top level LB fight each other is really that both these players are very, very aggressive, right? And LB usually a pretty defensive character, gonna play a lot around like the GBs, GBing like dodges, GBing heavies, and then baiting out a light to beat those GBs and pairing it or pairing the zone or stuff like that to get his big damages. And we don't see that a lot, which allows the Warden to be very offensive. And to answer that, the LB tries to use his own offense, which kind of works, but it's not like it's not where LB shines. I would pick a char with like better offense if you want to be very offensive. You know, something like maybe Berserker as an example. I think Berserker have the abilities to spam a lot of attacks, especially against like people that don't react to the format slides, which is gonna be the case for most people in this tournament. I don't even know if we have any players with that kind of reaction in the tournament today.
I would be able to do that if I were playing. Believe it.
We know, but we don't want you to shatter everyone else's ego. So
Of course.
Good dodge on the shove there. Another shoulder badge gonna land, and then he's gonna charge it. I'm sure. He's gonna get grabbed, but the LV got scared of fully charged. You could have seen that the level 2 whiffed and just got a free GP, which might have given him the round. But instead, he rolled, being scared of a fully charged, and got put himself out of stam and got punished hard and lost the round. And JTAG's gonna take that 2-0.
Yeah, major W there. Xbox gang rise up. All right. Is JTAX 2-0 in the tournament so far?
I
Curious.
believe so.
Let me check the standings here. Oh, actually, they probably won't have input the score yet. That's a bad read.
You can still
All right.
see the standings.
Yes, but if they haven't input the score for this round, then you could only see last round. No, that's the stupid point I made. Hang on, you're right.
JTAX won his first game, yes, so he is now 2-0.
Let's go. I'm unbiased, by the way.
I'm sure you are.
Surely. If anybody has any recommendations for which players you want to see, which match you want to see, let us know.
Give me a
Is Taco playing in this? I wonder. I believe all three of these guys are playing. Also, I very much loved adding this name to my friends list.
That's the name.
It's a name. Yeah, we've got a lot of options here, so unless anybody has a preference, we'll just hop into one at random. Watch Scorpion every match. I don't know, man. We watched him earlier and we saw him lose, so I think we cursed him.
I mean, I like to say that Scorpion says himself he is not a 1v1 player. I think he could still do it if he... I'm a bit biased because he is my teammate after all, but I believe he could still, like, qualify pretty easily if he tried a little bit, but he does not enjoy 1v1 a whole lot, so I'll give him excuses.
All right, we
Always
got
makes excuses, never accept defeat. It's the way to go.
I see. We got 2 requests for Flight TTV, so I will send a friend request.
All right, let's watch that. Oh, you have him as a friend already? Oh, you just invited him
Oh,
to the
sick.
game.
I know what I'm doing, trust.
Professional
is-
caster.
Professional caster. Is he perhaps hiding offline? What are the odds he accepts that invite?
Who knows?
Who knows? That's the mix.
He's
Oh,
there.
I've got him. All right, I know exactly what I'm doing, trust.
I'm sure.
Also, JTAX said he doesn't play Warden. He just doesn't... Oh, he joined the group.
Oh no. Alright.
Technical difficulties.
I'll assume if he joins, I'll assume his match is done.
Hopefully. Yeah, we might have to move on to a different match. But anyway, JTAX says he doesn't play Warden. He just doesn't have characters on PC to answer the question from earlier about whether he plays the Char. Also, hello,
well-
Flight TV. Sorry about the invite.
What faction was he? I can't remember.
Why
'Cause
does
you
that
should be
matter?
able to play at least like all 3 Vanguards and the 3 basic charms from your faction.
JTAX. I see.
Yeah.
I think he was a knight. I don't know. I
If
didn't
he's
pay
a
a ton of
knight,
attention.
you got some chars then. You got the PK, you got the
The
LB, you got the Conk, the Warden, the Raider, the Kensei, I guess. So a lot of char. Kensei favored, by the way.
Facts. I'm gonna double check and make sure Flight's game is not over here, and then we can move on because we got a lot of options here.
Yep. 20 minutes, more or less, to finish your matches. Don't waste too much time, or you'll be
Yes, he did 2-0.
you'll be given a double loss.
Yeah, double losses are not good. Don't do that. All right.
Also, good matches we could watch, or good players we could match this tournament. I'm being told Ray Too Nice, Diamond Hunted and OBCT Gamer. Could be good
Okay.
players to watch during this tournament.
Let me get Ray Too Nice's name. Because I know there's a bunch of like periods and stuff in it. Oh no, it's not periods, it's X's and periods. That's my favorite kind of name. UB Connect says he doesn't exist, which is unfortunate. But actually,
His
match
name is
finished.
now Ray2Nice.ec, I believe, something like that.
Yeah, no, it didn't even get past Ray Too Nice. But he did, in fact, 2-0 the Crackster. So that's pretty powerful. We might have to check him out next round. Hopefully we can spectate his opponent, because I don't think I can spectate him. All right.
I might have him added. Hold on, let me.
How does that help us?
Well, I can give you his actual Uplay, so you can add him.
See, that's a good point. You're so smart.
I know. Hold on, I got way too many friends. What is this?
I wish, man. Ray almost qualified last time. Did he play last time? Interesting.
He did play yesterday.
Okay. I would expect, yeah, that he'd probably get pretty high up there. So he's probably one of the favorites to make it out today.
I do not have him added, so go figure out.
You go figure it out. All right, I think I might follow Chef Ramsey.
Alright,
Sorry,
we'll
Chef,
watch that game.
Chef Ramsey. He's playing the pirate. Beastly.
I don't know if I have to say that, but that matchup is definitely Berserker favored.
You're doing great at that.
Round one.
You're not even an American.
I'm not even from the States.
You're
Who
from
doesn't
the-
love burgers?
I don't know, man.
At least
Burger's
I
my
haven't called
favorite
him
character.
Burger yet, you know? Like, I'm doing good
Burger.
with that. It's where it gets really funky when you start adding a bunch of useless letters to names. Honestly, man, good read from the part there, just getting the light berry. And I'll also say, like, in a matchup where the opponent doesn't react to pirate, it's not what a berry there. It's not like the worst to Pirate's not like that bad, like she has like way to use offense. But just like even if you can't react, there's better charge with UV pressure and other stuff. Especially now their dodge check is light berry. You can't use that as like a defensive reads as much anymore. It's really punishable. So yeah, definitely better charge to play no matter what, but at least Pirate has some stuff she can do against people that doesn't react. Pirate got some very nice reads last round though. Pirate's definitely like a chart that you gotta play off of defensive reads. Your offense is not good enough to allow you to win off of it. So you need to be like aggressive on those feint GBs or play very defensive and just like react to everything the enemy throw. But I don't think that's something we're gonna see a lot today. So defensive reads the way to win with that char. Ooh, that dodge was sick. Didn't serve much purpose, but that was stylish.
Yeah, as long as it looks cool, you really win.
Really. The Pirate having like a poor stamina management. In 2 rounds, she went out of stamina twice, and that's like very easy for Berserker to go into his chain line, his feint to light offense, which again, unless you're fighting one of the very top reaction player, will be pretty much free offense on everyone.
All right, the good old unlocked running attack to start the round. Nothing beats it.
Yep. Spaniard has but way too nice as UB if you wanna add him after that.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Spaniard.
Yep. Administrating the tournament and helping the casters, like
Yeah, kind of crazy. If I mean, like, if we weren't being babysit, this stream would look much worse. Neither of us have a
believe
clue
so.
what we're doing.
I am not very knowledgeable in streaming.
I mean, you could have just ended that sentence a little bit earlier, but go for it.
Okay. Back to the game. Bar doing very good in that third round. Probably gonna take the advantage 2-1. Good heavy there as he gets off Sam, and someone else that really likes the executions. I guess that's just a trend these days.
The attacker wins.
I mean, that's the strat to stall out the match and get a double loss. Go for as
How
many
much
executions
time
as
on
you
the
can.
counter? 13, 14?
We have 14 minutes before the
Alright.
the cutoff for the end of round 2.
Remember, you get a double loss if you don't finish your matches, so hurry up. No XCs, no emotes. Just fight to the death.
Ooh, goes for the mix. And by the mix, I mean not doing anything.
Yep.
That's my favorite kind of mix, actually. It's just sitting there and doing nothing and waiting for your opponent to dodge in neutral.
Yeah, well, GBs are like, even from neutral, GB's like a very powerful tool. You know, you can't underestimate them. Catches heavies, catches heavy feints even better. Also beats like attempt to forward dodging. You know, really good to keep people out of offense. I'll also say really useful to bait out like light parries because you force them to throw more fast attacks, and you can bait it out and parry and get the parries.
Yeah, the Zerk's gotta be very careful with his stam here. There we go. One Legend's not falling for the gunshot this time.
I'm seeing a lot of neutral zone being thrown from that person, and it's not getting punished super hard. Which is weird because it's a 500 MS attacks, which most people should be able to block on reaction, and then you get to parry the second, third, or fourth hit, and get a free heavy parry. So it's the Berserker zone is unsafe on block basically, and it's kind of worth learning the timing, especially if you fight a lot of them, because then you don't need like to parry the first hit. Like if you parry a light, you can just, if you know they're gonna zone, you can just block it and parry the second, third, or last hit. Really useful thing to know. Also, zones like 16 damage, so you definitely don't want to get hit by it.
Yeah, it's just an extremely unsafe thing to throw out. It definitely has its utility, especially for ganking or, you know, heavy parry punishes, but in neutral, there are often better options for a Zerker. It's kind of a extremely unsafe button to press.
The attacker wins.
Yep.
Round
Oh,
7.
yeah, 480p would not look very good. Not that the stream probably looks very good in 720p either. I don't know if you want to see less frames more clearly. I don't know if that's a good trade.
Is this room really that bad?
I don't think it's terrible. I think I am dropping frames occasionally, though.
That's a little unfortunate. The Pirate just donating that last round. It seems like Pirate might dig this. The light's gonna connect. Pirate out of stam, and out of stam light's gonna connect. It happens sometimes, especially when you're 1 HP and your opponent is full HP. You really want to try to get into your offense fast, and the Pirate knew that, so the Pirate took the read to throw an out stam attack. Even if the Pirate did get parried, she still would have had health advantage after waking up, after standing up. So it wasn't like a terrible light to throw because of the insanely high health advantage.
I am going to make an executive decision to follow the Scorpion Meister. That was a bad read.
Yes, he is now playing matchmaking.
Unlucky. How
Um,
do we feel about casting the Shard Dominion?
I would avoid.
Alright, fair call.
got 10 minutes left, so we can maybe pick up one last match to watch, and we watch it from wherever they're at. Looking. G-Tex match is over. We watched it. I'd say go for any match. I don't know any. I don't recognize any of the name that of the matches are still going on, so I'd say we can go and spectate anyone you got hidden.
Will do. Also, Jake is suggesting to play Wulin and do the lantern execution every time.
I would do
Isn't
it.
Ware Shinabo longer than that? Than Tiandang?
What's up? The Samurai X is
Samurai
the
execution,
longest.
yeah.
At least the longest allowed one. I don't know about the event one, but yeah, it's like 17 seconds or something. So
It's something ridiculous. What if I doubled the length of every round?
yeah,
If
you're
you're not doing
basically
17-second rounds, you're
in
crazy.
Dom. It's a very funny execution because you win the fight already, then you get a 17-second XC, then they get a 15-second respawn timer, and then they get like 10 to like 20 seconds to rotate back to the point. So it is always pretty fun to use, but in a dual tourney, it really doesn't bring anything. So I would avoid.
Yeah, maybe not the best play. The one that Jake was talking about is Tiandang. It's a Wulin execution.
Then turn one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The VOD doesn't seem to be appearing on the channel, so I'm not sure how you can go back and get that until the stream ends. But yeah, you should. I mean, we all saw it. We all witnessed it. So as long as you've got some kind of file to submit, you should be all right. I'm gonna try. I am not gonna try that. The eye lies. Let's see, Aqua. Okay.
Alright, Jones. Well, you'll have to start looking at the battle file before spectating, I think.
No, this guy's definitely playing in the tourney. I'm sure of it.
I'm sure, except he's not.
Is he really not? The
I
hell
don't
is this
know. I
guy?
didn't check.
There's no way.
I don't see his name. I don't see his name at
He's
least
in. He's
the
in the
match are
tournament.
completed.
Yeah, I know
But he's
who's
not
on my
playing.
friends list.
But he's not playing, is what I mean.
Oh, okay. Well, why'd he add me then?
Well, he might be playing later, but I mean, his match is over.
I see.
Don't forget to add Ray 2 Nice if we want to spectate him next
Oh,
round.
true. Is that in Discord?
Yeah. You got it, or?
I tried to type that. Yeah, I got it. I tried to type that and it did not return anything, but I'll try again. I'll just copy and paste. See what happens. Maybe I can't type. Who knows?
Very likely.
Yeah, that must be what happened because he came up immediately. I have good reads.
Alright, so for the last like 6 minutes, you get a couple of matches you can watch. Trying to look at your friend list.
Yes. All of my incredible friends.
Yeah.
Ray Too Nice has added me back. Let's go. Do we want to
I think
watch
there's.
the Squidward guy? Do we want
Yeah.
to reward him for that name?
I don't know if we want to reward him, but I think it's one of the only matches that are still
Alright.
going.
Okay, well, that was a bad read.
Very bad read. I guess you can keep
take
adding
these.
people. I believe we just spectated his match, no? Like, I'm pretty sure his match is over.
I don't think
thought.
so.
Isn't that a match we just spectated? Of the guy playing Brizzen?
I have the shortest short-term memory loss. I don't know.
Yeah, he's not in the battle fight.
Round one.
So pretty sure that's not a tourney match.
Yeah, that is entirely possible. No, it's first to 9. He might be scrimmaging.
I don't know then. Maybe I'm just blind, but I'm looking at the bracket right now and
Can you control F and look for Sparta?
yeah. No one called Sparta.
Okay. We take that L. Probably scrimmaging his friend.
And yeah, one legend played the match we just watched before against the pirate that won. So
I see.
right now you got. Let me refresh the bracket. You got legit Davis. You got Deadly Death SA. Fear
Uh,
Gaming.
let's see.
Don't Duel. Squidwards, but they're gonna report the score. I'm pretty sure. And War Mage 122.
All right. I've sent one. Let's see if I can get War Mage.
I feel like I'm repeating myself, but to anyone that still didn't finish his match, there's less than 4 minutes left for it.
Yeah, the strat is not, in fact, to stall out the timer. Don't do that. That's an instant loss for both of you, probably. Okay, I'm not sure we're gonna get... Let me head back up here. See who's still going. So added a few of them. If we get the eye back on Deadly Death, that'll work. Otherwise, I don't think we have a lot of matches still going. Slash people added that are actually still going.
Yeah, I'd maybe use this chance to like add more people to the friend list.
Yeah, that might
Because
be
I
the
think
play.
like pretty much everyone's gonna be like that, where we watch like the good matches, and then we watch whatever match is taking forever, which is usually the people you won't have added. So I just keep adding people at random if I were you.
That's a good play. Okay, let me grab some of the higher people in the standings.
There's not 3 matches left. One of it, there's Squidwards, there's War Mage, and there's Legit Davis that
Okay, I've
are still
added.
there.
I've got the first one added, and the other two I've sent requests to.
All right.
All right. I've sent more requests. I think that we might just be waiting out the last minute and 20 of this.
Unfortunate.
Truly
There's now only
tragical.
one match happening, which is the match between War Mage and Newton 69. And Battlefight says it's currently 1-1. So
Heck
I don't know if
yeah.
you have any of those two added. Either way, with 1 minute left, or maybe better just let it end.
Let it die. All right, I'm gonna take this time to just go ahead and get the OBS stuff set up for next round.
I believe all the matches have been completed.
All right,
And now,
Spaniard says round 3 is a go.
all right, we're now in round 3.
All right, let me get the timer fixed.
All right, I'm looking at the match. We can spectate Ray Too Nice. He's playing Mason Gamer 44. Looking if there's any other good matches. Flea's playing against Maximum Sax. I don't know who that is. Crack has a match going as well. Diamond Haunted has a match going. BCT as well.
I think we might check out Ray Too Nice here.
Alright, let me take a look at the standings for while you do that. So with 2 wins and 0 loss, we have Ray Too Nice, Too Fat to See, Chef Ramsey, Pretty Pumpus, I don't know how to pronounce that, Junior Nave. Not a lot of names I know, to be honest. But there's a lot of people saying 2 and 0. The
Yeah,
name
I
I
think they're
recognize,
almost
OBCT
30.
Gamer is there, JTax is there, Diamond Hunted. That's pretty much it for them I recognize. And yeah, because of the Swiss bracket, the further into the tournament we'll get, the further the more even the matches are gonna be, because you're gonna fight people that are the same win-loss ratio as you.
Yeah, that's the really nice thing about the Swiss bracket. All right, yeah, well, unless we get a recommendation from chat or another match that looks good comes online
Yeah, I
sooner,
think we can
we'll
go
wait
ahead and
for...
spectate that.
Yeah, we gotta wait for the eye, but we'll chill here.
Yep. And the matches being like more even in skill set also means that we'll get like better matches to watch as the tourney goes on.
Yeah, that's the one thing that isn't so great about joining an elimination tournament as a new player. Like elimination format tournament is, I mean, you can start off and you're seeded 63rd and you play against the second highest seed in round 1 and you're just like, well, guess I'm out. But with the Swiss tournament, it actually pairs you up better as you go along and you're not eliminated. So it's way better for actually getting to learn and play against other people at your skill level.
Yep. I like that a lot of people are listed as 0 and 0 because they just didn't play. They checked in and didn't play.
That is
From
a
what
good strat.
Spaniard said or whoever's on the account.
Okay, Aqua says their match is about to start and they promise it's not a brawl. All right, we might
Alright.
head over there, but I think we're gonna try and get Ray Too Nice unless this takes like 5 minutes.
We'll be able to spectate someone else if the matches are still going. So don't wait though. Don't wait for us to spectate. That is very important because you will be probably getting a double loss if that happens. So definitely play your match as fast as you can, and if we get to spectate it, then we'll do it.
It looks like there are...
You can never lose if you never play. That is very true.
That is the smartest thing that's come out of your mouth all day, and it wasn't even an original sentence. I think there are 99 players remaining after a bunch of people dropped out.
It is something people like to do.
Yeah. Get beat twice and take the L.
Yeah. And there's something I'll say, and it's gonna sound a little bit rude, I believe, the way I'm gonna say that, but it's also the truth. A lot of people playing into these tournaments expect to do a lot better than they actually do, and when they realize that there are some very good players in this game that have spent a lot of hours like practicing 1v1s and loses a couple matches, they're like, well, it's no fun, and they leave, right? And I kind of get it because obviously it's always fun to win, but at the same time, you kind of have to expect it. And then, on the contrary, I know a lot of players that are maybe not the best 1v1 players, but that still enjoy the tourney and that still use it as a way to improve and learn. And that's really the mindset you want to have if you know win one of these tourneys one day. And even if you don't aspire to win one of these tourneys, like you're still gonna have much more fun if you go in for fun and don't like rage quit halfway through it.
All right, I think I'm going to go until we hit 39 minutes on the clock, and then I'll head out to a different match.
All right, that works.
Oh, all right. They heard me.
They heard you.
They heard me. Bans for
Alright,
Raise Match
Nobushi
are
Centurion.
Afira and LB.
Alright,
Let's see.
Fear LB. I would assume the Centurion banned Afira because Rate Nice I saw him play Afira a couple times. Um, so I'd assume the Sen knows who he is or something and banned Afira, or just a fun
Round one.
just a character he doesn't like to fight. I know a lot of people aren't very good or experienced against Afira yet, even though the shard's been out for a while. I will say this: it is definitely Nobu favorite. It's not, but in my heart, that
Okay.
matchup is Nobu favorite.
Don't listen to the thing Rippy says. He's on the Nobu train recently.
I've been winning with that char.
Is it because of the char though?
Yeah,
Okay, man. I don't think it seems to be helping Ray too nice right now.
well, he just doesn't get Nobushi then, I guess. More seriously though, good light parry from the Centurion. He's punching that Nobushi, and that Nobushi doesn't really have strong neutral offense. She doesn't have any neutral offense, except if you consider her instance neutral, but
Round
it's a bit like a dodge, but a bit more risky. It's longer before you can get to the kick and stuff like that. So I wouldn't consider that neutral offense at all. And then chain offense, she has the kick, which is decently good if you can't react. Good damage and good damage on the dodgeable, good damage on the bleed, and if you dodge attack, she can on-rate bleed it. But the problem with that move is it's pretty reactable. So for a lot of players, they will just sit there and react to the Nobu kick, and now you have absolutely no offense.
So what's with the resurgence of Centurion lately? Because I saw a couple of top EU players that have decided they really rate him highly now in 1v1s. What's the tool that really helps him out there?
Yep. So something I've heard from Clutch, and I actually agree with, is that his heavies are unreactable or very close to unreactable. I never want to say that something's unreactable because every time I get proven wrong. But pretty much unreactable. Um, his charge heavies are. Um, and because of his more recent change, when you access his sponge from the heavy, you no longer eat a free GB, so the level 1 got significantly safer to throw. So you get an unreactable mix-up, right? That's only punchable from a dodge attack when accessing it from a heavy. And that heavy is not like Shigoki or Itokiri where you can somewhat easily react to. Sen is
the attacker wins.
from what Clutch was saying, and Bean I think was there as well, two very good 1v1 players. They were saying that in their opinions, Sen heavies was unreactable from what they could see. So you get an unreactable heavy, that change to an unreactable mix-up. That's not punchable by GB like Warden, Warmonger, and Keto and those chargeable Bashar. Um, and also the wall punishes are not to neglect. Like he's gonna throw into a wall there, gonna get the pin and then back to his mix up. Again, that cannot be punched for a GB. So every time you dodge a level 1 from a heavy block stun or hit stun, the most you can get is a dodge attack, which makes the mix up a lot better. A lot more favor to send.
So it's very easy for him to get into his unreactable offense, or mostly unreactable offense in neutral, and he's also got the very strong wall punishes that are good on maps like this.
Yep, exactly. And additionally, like back when Sen was played a lot, he was seen as like maybe a bit of a weaker character because you would see a lot of a weaker like 1v1 characters. You would see a lot of like BP, Warlord, those kind of chars because well, because of all the OSs that were there, like chars with bash OS were really strong back then. So BP, Warlord, and also UBs were a lot weaker as well. So Sen didn't have a dodge attack to deal with those bashes back then, so Sen was seen as a significantly worse 1v1 hero. But now that he has a dodge attack, he can now punish bashes on reaction like other chars, so it also helps him get into his punch a lot.
So, really, what tools does that leave Nobushi here to work with against, like, especially against Centurion specifically?
Alright, so against Centurion specifically, Nobushi has like the side dodge bleeds, right? Which are decent damage. If I'm not too wrong, I think our side dodge bleeds are 16 though? I could be wrong on that, but they're like decently good damage for a dodge attack. Also she has a dodge into hidden stance, to avoid Centurion like a kick a punch mix up. So like I say charges that she could in a sense. Um, so that's the defensive tool she has against that, which aren't a whole lot. And offensively, all she has is the kick mix up, which just Sen. I haven't paid the most attention, but Sen looks like he's 14 damage. Okay, I think that's the Viper's retreat. That might be 16. Thanks for correcting me. Um, but yeah, Nobushi. It feels like the Sen isn't reacting super consistently, at least to the kick mix up, which leaves Nobu with some offense, but still not the easiest to get into. Also something that if all else fails, if the Sen is reacting to Nobu, something that Nobu could be doing is using the hidden stance. And there's a little deck you can do where you like get out of hidden stance. It's pretty known at this point, but you can get out of hidden stance and delay the kick after getting out of hidden stance, and it's gonna be like it's gonna do a little weird animation that's a bit harder to react to. So you could be trying that out to try and bait out someone that reacts, but eventually, if you fight someone that's just reacting, there's not much you can do. You gotta win only off defensive reads. And as Spaniard or whoever's on the account pointing it out, she does get a 20% damage buff um when she has someone bleeding. The only bad point of it is that you don't have much tools to lend damage after you get the bleed off. Let's say they're reacting to the kick. Something that can be good though is like you can get like more. The 20% also applies to chip damage, so you get more chip damage once you get someone bleeding. Really, Nobu doesn't have much offensive abilities, which is why
The defender
in a matchup where the Sen isn't reacting to the Nobu, then she can do something. But let's say the Sen starts to just react to every kick. There's pretty much nothing the Nobu can win aside from making every single good defensive read. So it's really since you're in favored. Um, even though I won't agree to that.
Okay, you can keep your personal Nobushi bias.
I
But
am
I think that
biased.
last round especially really showed how relevant the walls are with exclusively using these two maps. Picking your char based on what kind of synergy they have with walls and how much how powerful they can be, like what kind of punishes they can get, is especially important because the walls come into play so often. I think like more than half the damage last round from the two players combined was guaranteed by walls, or pressured by damage that was set up from wall punishes. And yeah, that's gonna lead us into a 9th round here, and this is assumedly, yeah, this has got to be the first game. So
round 9.
yeah, this is gonna be a pretty important round because this looks like it's gonna be a close set.
It does. Looking a bit at the match, I feel like that Centurion tried to dodge a kick on reaction, which, if you can do it consistently enough, it's good, but especially because you don't get a free punish on Nobushi, it's like a read punish that you get. You might be a normal dodge into light. I haven't tested that. I don't play against many Nobushis, but overall, I'd say like you do not get a free dodge attack or a free GB if the Nobushi makes a correct read. So if you're not reacting very consistently, you can quickly like eat a lot of damage on fighting Nobushi. I'd say the number one thing that's getting Centurion damage right now is I saw him parry quite a couple lights. So really Nobushi should like play less around our light attacks and more around our kick mix up.
Yeah, Ray's been
Because the Sen is not consistently reacting to it right now. Another light that's gonna get buried, and that's around. And when I say that Nobushi should use her kick mix up more, it's really what I mean. Like the Sen is really looking for those light berries, and if you keep giving that Sen the light berries, he's gonna keep going for them, and that's how he won that round.
Yeah, I mean, throughout this entire game here, Ray has been, I mean, instead of dodging or, I mean, sometimes he's going into, dodge and hidden stance, but very often, toward the end especially, he was going into Viper's Retreat against Punch Mix-Up, and Mason really figured that out in the last round there and parried 2 or 3 Viper's Retreats, and that just completely shredded Ray's health bar. Mason kind of downloaded him in that last round all at once, and we'll see if Ray's going to be able to adapt based on that.
Yeah, having is a fear ban I think is also a very big deal because from what I know, and I could be mistaken, I've ever only seen Ray play Nobushi, which isn't a very good duelist. and Ephira, which is now banned. So you'll have to either you'll have to play some stuff he's maybe less experienced with. He's now picking Conqueror, which Conk is still a very good char, especially if you don't react to the bash. And you he's a pretty simple char to play. Gameplay is pretty straightforward, so I do think that it's a good idea that you went for a char like that. It's gonna get the GB on the feint there. That is GB, but because the BP feinted, it didn't matter. Went a lot of damage early on with the Conk. Something I'll also say, BP does not get a free punish on Conk 4 dodge bash because unless he early dodges it, but let's say on a reaction dodge, BP Conk can make the read to full block the dodge attack or stay there and counter GB. Obviously BP can also flip, which makes it a lot better for him. Though flipping Conk bash on reaction is extremely hard, and I do not believe any of these players will be doing that, but on a read, BP can get a 24 damage flip, which is very, very strong. But Kong gets a bash every time he reads or reacts to a correct BP bash. Good parry by Ray Too Nice here on the unblockable. Gets a GB as well. Too Nice not biting for the 4 dodge bash. Gonna get his own one. The BP tried to flip but a little late. Even when you're trying to flip off of movement, it still takes like decently good reaction. Like it's not something that's super hard. You still need to be quick on the flip, even if you're only trying to flip off of movement. You cannot be too late on it.
Yeah, I think the Conqueror, not really a character that I know Ray Too Nice for, but it seems to be working out for him well right now.
Yeah, I've been told that Ray's characters of choice are, and I'm not sure I should say that on stream because it might get him target banned a bit. But I've gotten sour infos that his main character are Valkyrie, Nobu, Ephira, Zon, and PK. So he definitely has some picks right there that we haven't seen, but that he's really confident in. Conk was not one of those, but he seems to be doing pretty fine on the Conk right now. Good bash there, gonna get another UB, and dodges the bash, gets the free GB, good read. Could have thrown into the wall for maximum damage, and he's gonna get flipped, good flip by the BP, and just like that, he's gonna clutch out the round. And that's the second round I see that Mason just gets the clutch read at the end and just wins the round. Saw it pairing the light, maybe a panic light off of Instance in the last round of the last match, and now he just like flipped the bash, maybe a panic bash as well. Good bash there by Ray Too Nice. Gonna get the GB off. Good read by the bash. And you can see it's a lot different from like reaction matchup where both players would just be staring at each other and reacting to each other's bash and UBs. You can really see like a lot of reason. I think that's for most part more enjoyable to watch, at least for me, because you see there's a lot of mind games going on. Like you can see like them bashing into unblockables, like trying stuff out, and those aren't bad players either.
Yeah, I mean, when you aren't able to react to bash as consistently, it's a much more terrifying threat. You have to make a lot more reads just sitting in neutral even. So it definitely makes it a much more offensive-based game.
Round 5.
Yeah, also the stream is probably going to drop a good few frames. It's just an L we're going to have to take. That's not going to be happening when Verbalocity takes back over next Saturday, I believe, but... yeah, just for this casual stream, it's not going to be as nice of quality, unfortunately. And there we go. You can see both of them really messing around with the threat of just doing a neutral orange move against each other, because neither of them really are able to actually react to it, I don't think.
No. We always talk about like reactions, and something I'll say about reacting is it's not like you don't need to be like fucking genetic mutant to react to stuff. You can train reactions, but at the same time, it's nowhere near something easy to do. It's it's something that takes a lot of practice, a lot of playtime, a lot of getting familiar with animations, and it is a very, very, very small percentage of the player base that have the reaction to at least semi-consistently dodge bashes or parry unblockables on animation. So when most of the matches we're going to spectate today, I think probably all of them, if I'm being honest, we're not going to see those level of reactions. But I think it's still important to highlight how different the matchups would be if we're watching top reaction players, which might be a thing which might be something that we'll see in the finals. It's definitely going to be something we'll see in the finals, which are I think on June 4th, if I'm not mistaken.
I do
Um,
not know that date.
because we'll have the top 8 duelists in the game fighting each other, so you'll see a lot more reactions. You'll see, I think Bean's already qualified, Anton is qualified, Bliss is already qualified, Rehnquist is qualified. That's 4 players with very, very solid reactions. I think Normie might have qualified this morning, so another
Yeah.
players with very, very good reactions. I could be forgetting a couple of them, but those are the main names. Other good 1v1 players as well that don't necessarily play off of reactions, but those are the reaction monster that comes in mind when I think about it. So this tourney in the finals definitely going to be a lot different in the gameplay, and you'll get to really see the big difference in how the matches are played. Going back to the match though, it seems like Mason's taking a huge advantage here. Has a health advantage in the round that might be the last round. Good parry by Ray 2 Nice. On Sebastian Dubakable and a good read on the bash. Gonna get a punish. Good read on the unblockable by the BP, and BP can get the zone. Gonna get dodged. Free light parry. Well, not free, but Mason didn't think the zone would be dodged, and went for the light that got parried, and the light's gonna catch a back dodge. The back dodge is a bit of a weird move there. Not really any advantage to back dodge. Ray 2 Nice gonna come back to 3 rounds, and
Round 8.
two match points for 2 match points gonna be there for Mason. Actually, set point because he's already up 1-0.
Yeah, so, I mean, each of these rounds in the rest of this game, Ray 2 Nice is pretty much fighting for his life, which is what made that last round so clutch. He's going to have to win both of these next rounds just to get to a third game. And this is against a player who, I don't know about you, but I'm not familiar with Mason, so this is a really impressive result from him so far.
Yeah, I've never seen his name before, but you can see that like he understands like I would say there's like different levels of like 1v1 skill, right? And it's hard to see from that matchup how much he knows, but you can see that you understand how mix-up works. You understand like what to do. You know, he has like some solid reads as well. You can see that from both players actually. So yeah, definitely not a bad 1v1 player at all.
Yeah, and we're now on double match point here. This is major, because either Ray 2 Nice ties things up and we go to a third game, or Mason's going to take this 2-0, and Ray 2 Nice has a much harder time placing in the top 8. Got an instant parry there from Ray, and that's returned by Mason, and they're both very concerned because this round is the most important one they've played so far. And Mason's low on stam. This could be major. No, he's going to get all his stam back, but he's rather low now. And Ray's low on stam himself. He's going to dodge in neutral, scared of the bash. And Mason puts himself OS. This
That
opens
could be
him up
it
to a
right
mix. But
Oh.
Ray uses too much stam. He eats the unlock heavy, or the forward dodge heavy.
Oh,
and
now it's
wow.
tragic.
That is truly something. Yeah, Ray just used too much of his stamina and didn't get enough damage, and ended up actually just putting himself OS at the end there.
Attacker wins.
That's gonna be Mason Gamer taking this third round game, and he's up to 3 points now. All right. If anybody has a recommendation for a game, we can check that out. Otherwise, we'll do something random. Check his feet. That BP has skates. I mean, even if zone is more damage, it's on a heavy parry punish. It's generally a lot of stamina to be committing to a heavy parry punish. So definitely, if it's gonna kill or it's gonna get your enemy under a break point where you can kill them with the next zone or next light, it might be worth, but it's a lot of stamina to commit like at the start of a round. SL parries versus Spiegel. Yeah, we'll check that out. Let's see. Okay, yeah. There we go. Just here to see JTax play. I respect it. That's what I'm here for. We'll see if we can check him out next round. It is not still possible to join this qualifier, but there is one more next Saturday. Well, I should say there's one more for NA and one more for EU next Saturday, and then there's one more for NA and one more for EU on next Sunday as well. So you've got 2 more chances to qualify for the finals.
Yep. So a little reminder for those who aren't like familiar with how this tourney works. You got 4 qualifiers. So first qualifier for 4 qualifiers per region. So first one was yesterday. 8 players qualified. 8 players are going to qualify for this one we're expecting right now as well. And then next weekend there is, as Jones just said, 2 qualifiers again per region, and 8 people are going to qualify. So it's going to be a total of 32 qualified for NA and 32 qualified for EU, which are going to play each other in a cross region close qualifier on this Saturday in basically 2 weeks. And then the top 8 from that close qualifiers are then going to find the final on the day right after. So yeah, definitely a lot of spots open to qualify still. Even after this tourney, it's still going to be 16 spots per region to qualify. So definitely worth trying your shot and entering. And even if you don't win, still a good experience and a lot of fun to play in.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna grab the invite link to the.
Yeah, I think you just send the one to.
Yeah, I sent the one to the dojo, which is not a bad server to be in either. But this is the one to the tournament specifically.
It's gonna be a big punish. 2 heavies there. And World's gonna take the second round 2-0 against that Orochi. Orochi generally not considered a strong 1v1 char, but again, in a matchup that is read based, it is very different. A lot of players won't react to the kick Storm Rush mix-up, which makes it a decent mix-up from neutral into a high damaging unblockable. So Orochi, in the raid matchup is not the worst. Good parry there on the Storm Rush. Also, a lot of console players are probably struggling to parry Storm Rush. It's like, I believe it is a frame faster than, the indicator's a frame faster than a normal light attack, which might be enough to make it quite harder for a lot of console players. Obviously, if the opponent can parry Storm Rush on reaction, then it's not that useful of a move in 1v1, more like a gank tool, but something to keep in mind that, like, depending on the level of reaction of the person you're fighting, some chars gets much better and some chars kind of don't get as much utility depending on the reaction.
Yeah, as JTax said, you do have to be 18 or older to play in the tournament, and they'll check that when you're if you place in the top 8. And then also Wivelet. I am Jones, and this is Rippy. He's one of the top North American players, and I'm me. Smile.
Whoa. For those who don't know Jones, long time console comp player. Didn't play much PC tournament, I don't think so, but he's been casting a lot of tournaments, so I appreciate having him next to me, helping me with the cast. Because alone it would be a little rough for sure.
Okay, now I feel bad for bullying you.
Yeah, I am surprised by the outcome. We haven't seen a lot of close match, but 5-0 like that, well, 4-0, possibly 5-0 is very one-sided.
Ooh, you gotta be very careful tossing out the light after you whiff the kick there. I mean, and sometimes it's not actually always a bad option if you think your opponent's going to go for the GB. I mean, it's not actually a bad read every time, but if you're throwing it repeatedly, just not reacting to whether your kick lands or not, you can really land yourself in trouble.
And what we were talking about earlier, when you're out of stam, to sometimes it's better to just eat 3 headbutts and be done with it and have your stam back. We really see it there because 2 heavies is a lot of damage. It's 24 and 2. I'm not sure of the damage value for World Chain Heavy, but probably around 28, 29 if I had to guess. It is over 50 damage. It is more than 50 damage punish. In addition to the damage you maybe already ate from a headbutt or so. Sometimes it's better to eat 3 headbutts, but obviously you cannot just always settle down for 45 damage. It is a lot better than eating 50 damage in a lot of the cases. You gotta be able to kind of mix between eating the headbutts and not and dodging them. Warlord is a very strong char. Even when you can react to the headbutt, it's still kind of always his turn to attack. So you get a if you dodge a headbutt, you get the punish, and then um you can just like headbutt into your mix up, and then you can make the read. And his GBs are very very strong. So even if you're playing someone that can react consistently to headbutt, he's still not like a terrible char. He's a char that really tests your patience as well. For sure.
Yeah, I'm double checking the bracket to see if that was the deciding game, so we're not just waiting here forever.
Yeah. Good idea.
I'm full of good ideas.
Sometimes.
All the time, man. Yes, that was the deciding game. SL Perry's won that 2-1. Damn.
Strong.
They got through with 3 games in that time. 45 minutes is it's so incredibly generous.
Yeah, it goes to show that you have more than enough time to complete all the matches. You still have over 10 minutes. You would have time probably to play a somewhat close 4th game in the 45 minutes. So really no reason to still be going after 45 minutes. In the match left we have I don't recognize any name in the matches left, so either we can take chat suggestions or just go in and spectate one at random.
I think we might be doing the random play unless somebody has a suggestion.
I'm convinced people will take this long in their matches so they can be spectated. Maybe, but at the same time, like it's a very big risk, you know, because first you're wasting like kind of everyone's time, right? To do that, and second, it's a big risk because if you do end up like waiting when you take too long, then you just get a loss. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's the optimal move to wait to be spectated. And please, if you're doing that, just go play your match right away.
Yeah, that is a very bad play. Bad strat.
Looks like there are four matches left. 3 of them are reported as 1-1, and the other one they haven't reported yet. I would assume it's also 1-1.
Oh, also, someone was asking about who's winning right now. Since it's Swiss, it's not an elimination tournament, but we actually can report on how many players are at 3 points after this round.
Yep. As of right now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I can't count. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. As of right now, there's 14 players that are at 3 win and 0 loss, and there are 4 matches ongoing. I'm not sure if any of these players have a loss yet, or if they're 2-0.
Yeah, and just a reminder for the way Swiss works: as you play matches, it counts whether you win or lose, and it progressively puts you against other players who have the same win-loss score as you. So every round, we're eliminating half of the players who are at the highest score. So by the end of it, there will only be 1 player who finishes the tournament with a perfect record. I think I might... is Shep still going? Or is that a fake eye?
I don't know if
this-
he's in the tournament today. I didn't see him. Is he?
I have no idea.
He might be. He was in the
Did
tournament
he
yesterday.
qualify?
So.
I think he qualified yesterday.
Oh, he might have qualified. I'll
Okay.
double check.
That's a double bad read then.
So yeah, he did qualify yesterday as 5th. So yeah,
Okay.
he's definitely
Yeah,
not
yeah,
playing
yeah.
today.
All right. Maybe he is. Never know. Snuck in on
He's
his own
trying to.
account.
No one would ever play on alt accounts. That is unreal.
No, of course not. I
That is
sneak
an
in on my
illusion.
own account. They'll never suspect that. Is it possible for one player not to be undefeated? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that the way it works out with 7 rounds is it guarantees that by the end of it, someone has won all 7 of their games because someone has to lose all 7 of their games. I think by nature it produces a player who has not lost. I don't think it's
I'm
possible
trying to
for
think, but there might be, and I'm not sure. I'm trying
if
to
there
think
was
how
an
that
8th
works.
round for sure. But I'm
There
pretty sure
might
that
be.
with the number of players we have, it guarantees that since half the players don't lose every round, if you keep going and dividing by half, or dividing by 2, I should say, I'm pretty sure that it guarantees that one player in the 7 rounds does not lose.
Yeah, Spaniard would know better than me, but I think maybe if there's like something like a double loss happening, then you could have like no undefeated players. And also maybe if someone that's undefeated fights someone that's actually already defeated because there's like it's not a fair amount of people in the undefeated category. Let's say you have like 3 people that are undefeated, right? Maybe then you could create a situation where you get like everyone defeated at some point, but I'm not 100% sure.
Scorpion mentioned that if some of the top players who were undefeated have to leave, then I guess so.
This is
Like
well.
theoretically, if 30 players dropped out right now that are all the players at 3-0, then yeah, I guess the top player by nature will have a loss. Smile. All right, I'm gonna follow Chef Ramsay and see where he takes me on this fantastical journey.
I believe all the matches have been done for round 3. Are we round 4? Oh, we
Um,
are. We
oh
are
no,
round 4.
he was playing against JTax, so I think he's scrimmaging a friend right now. Yeah. So yeah, it's entirely possible that we're done with all of the
Yeah, I think we up to round 4 right now. I'm waiting for
we'll wait for Spaniards go ahead on that.
confirmation.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I think
we're
we're
waiting for
all
confirmation, but I do believe all the matches are completed.
yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start updating the OBS for next round. Heck yeah. All right, we got an early start. Let me reset the timer.
All right, let's go. Starting, he might end up even earlier than expected.
Maybe, man.
So I'm looking at the matches while you set that up.
All right.
There is Ray Two Nice versus Squidwards. There is Fleas versus the Sun. Obesity. I would maybe watch that actually. Obesity Gamer versus Mason Gamer. Because
Two
we just saw
gamers.
Mason taking down Ray Too Nice, and Obesity is also a player with a name I recognize.
Okay.
Maybe go towards that match. I'm still
Yeah,
looking at other matches.
I'll add Mason. I can't wait to watch 2 true gamers face off against each other.
Yeah. And that's the main matches I've seen.
Mason's name is returning with nothing, but I will grab Obi.
Mason Gamer 44 with 3 dots at the end.
Yeah, that's what I did. I promise I typed it right, Smile.
Oh no, it's 4456. It's just Battlefies isn't showing his full name.
Oh, 4456. Okay. I
Yeah,
think I've
that's why
actually
it
already
was
got Obi
little
added,
dots.
but I'll add him anyway.
Alright.
Gamer 4456. Heck yeah.
I mean, we could watch you later, please. There's always more rounds.
Oh, also an update on the standings here. Where's it at? Okay, yeah, we've got 15 players with a perfect record still of 3-0. We've got Pretty Pompous, PDW, That One Paladin, X Mirage, Sir Blong, JTax, John Pork, Blonde Women, Kirozu, It's Divine, Rexoplex, Mason Gamer, Diamond Hunter with a T at the end, Diamond Huntet, Weeblord, and a whole bunch of letters, and then OBCT. And then we'll be eliminating half of those players with well, not eliminating, but only half of the players in that list will still have perfect records after this round, since they're playing against each other. Uneven amount, yes, because it would be an even number, probably 16, I think, at this point. But we've had a bunch of players drop out. Typically, what people will do is they'll go 0-2, or they'll just have something to do that they didn't expect, or they didn't expect the tournament to go this long or whatever, and so they'll just drop out. So we've got an uneven amount. All right. In we go. BP versus Scent. All right.
I am a fan.
Can Scent dodge attack punish BP bash on reaction?
I believe so, because they all have like the same delay now, so I believe it should be possible. Even if he only gets chip, he does get to a powerful mix-up. Something that's like really good with BP is he has a lot of options against that mix-up. So you can bash interrupt it, you can now dodge attack it, you can just slide interrupt it, you can dodge into flip, you can like throw an unblockable into the GB as well if you're really ballsy. Very good read to go for. I'm a big fan of that read. And also that round went very, very fast. It's 30 seconds in, Obi is already fighting for his life. But yeah, a lot of options from the BP, and if the Sand feints to neutral, and let's say like wants to reaction dodge BP's bash, another option BP has is 4 dodge heavying, and it looks like a very bad option, but against someone that reacts is pretty much every time they're gonna dodge on the 4 dodge heavy, but because you can now fast slow, you don't get a free dodge attack off of dodging the 4 dodge heavy because you can fast slow and flip it. So 4 dodge heavy allows like to kind of force the dodge sometimes, and kind of like a safer interrupt in a way where if you throw the bash, they're gonna dodge attack it, but if you throw the 4 dodge heavy, then they're gonna dodge it and they don't get a guaranteed punish. So it's something you might see a lot of BPs do. Doesn't sound like a good move at first, but it's actually like a very decent move to go for. But really with BP, you want to like use all the options you have to make it very tough for Sen to go into his offense. That's where you're really gonna win. Even on his neutral heavy, like you can flip, you can CC, you can try and parry, you can like try and go for a bash. Like even on his neutral heavy, you can make more reads than most char have because you have a lot of different options.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely sounds ridiculous. I mean, there's the 4 dodge heavy you were talking about, but it sounds ridiculous to say just do a 4 dodge heavy. But I mean, if you're making the correct read, that's basically the max way to get damage off of it. I mean,
max way to get damage off of GB, and it's also in a way less punishable because if they make the read and the parry, then you eat as much damage as if they dodged your bash. But also, if they're dodging on reaction, they won't like. At least most people won't differentiate the 4 dodge from the bash. And if they're waiting for the parry, then they're very likely to eat the bash. So it kind of makes doing the 4 dodge heavy at times kind of makes the bash interrupt better as well. Good foot there and punches the Sen to go, and it's now 2-1 for the Sen. But yeah, BP definitely has that move going for him, the 4 dodge heavy, and definitely a lot of defensive options. He's really like a defensive char. And either if you want to like play super reactionary and try to react to bashes, which is insanely difficult to do, but with cracked reaction, it can be like an advantage, especially on the like tournaments into dodge bashes. But also just like off of reads, you have like plenty of chances to get big damage off of reads with that character, and also like a lot of different options to really make your reads more in your favor. Good parry from the Sen there. Sen with really good defense and really good offensive reads, really putting the BP in a pressured situation. He's gonna get hit by the light. Good GB. Something that might work at this level as well on Sen is the 4 dodge kick mix-up. But it is considered one of the easiest bash to react to. So again, if we compare this tournament to the tournament that we're gonna have in the final, if you see any Sen at all, you're not gonna see them use kick very often. It's simply not a very very effective mix-up against those top reaction players.
Yeah, as strong as his ability to get into his bash mix-up is, and how hard it is to punish it once he does, the neutral kick is not Sen's best ability. And, oh, he almost had him. If he had actually just gone for a punch there, he would have gotten him. But Mason actually kind of destroying here. I did not expect that we'd have an unknown face just hop in and start destroying known gamers.
Round 6.
Yeah, he's really solid on his reads with his Centurion.
Yeah, he might be one of the top contenders, actually. I mean, even if he loses this game, loses this set, rather, against OBCT, I think he's probably one of my top picks to finish in the top 8 today.
Yeah, we saw it just there that happened. Something that got changed with the Sen changes that happened quite a while ago, but maybe people are still unaware. The punch timing changed, so now if you dodge the level 1, at least from a license, if you dodge the level 1, you get to recover in time to dodge again for the level 3, which can make it a bit annoying to deal with, so you need to make like more raids to go into level 3 for Sen, but that nerfs to the level 3 also brings the fact that he doesn't get punished by a GB for letting a level 1 go, which, in my opinion, as a non-Sen player, is like worth going for. Like, it's like, I think Sen is in the end stronger that way than he was before, just because of the fact that he won't get punished as hard for making the reach to let a level 1 go. So he can let a lot more level 1 go and be a lot more ballsy on the reads without getting punished as hard. Also, something else that we saw in that round that changed. If you did a pair riposte with Centurion, you now get a free level 1 bash, which in 1v1 you don't have haymakers, it doesn't do additional damage, but it does do stam damage, which is pretty good to always go for. Good Barry there, good Barry on the CC, and he's gonna finish it up. We've been talking a lot about like the matchups and why Sen is good right now, but while we're doing that, Mason's just been destroying and taking the first match 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, of course the characters are like a major, very important thing to consider, but Mason's fundamentals just seem really strong. Like, even if he's not got cracked reactions, his reads are nutty. All right. There we go. They are already in the next game. Let's go. And okay, yeah, Mason back on the LB. Was this the char he picked in the Okay, well, Rippy's kind of died actually for a minute, so I'm just solo casting. But anyways.
Sorry, I was drinking water actually.
Okay, sick. I thought I was
Important to stay
finally
hydrated.
free of you. Unlucky.
Do we know what bands got what characters got banned in
I
that
don't
matchup?
think we know the bans. I was trying to remember who Mason played in the set against Ray Too Nice.
He played BP and he
Oh,
played
yeah,
Sen.
it was BP. Okay, so I wonder then if I do believe Spaniard mentioned that LB was banned in that set. So this might have been his second pick all along that he wanted to go for.
Yeah, it might be. Which I'm surprised because Sand and LB are marginally different characters. One is like super defensive based, and one is like you're gonna try and get a lot to your offense and go to your punch mix up and try and be very offensive with Sand. So I'm surprised that's like his two picks. You know, very very different like gameplay from both the chars. A bit of a scary matchup for Burzen as well because Wally Berserker has good offense against pretty much everyone that doesn't have top reactions. On a good read, Mason can also get like a lot of damage again. We mentioned the Islander parries, and we just see one there that really the damage didn't matter, but in some other instances, getting that impale into top heavy, into chain line, into if the light lands, which is very likely, into chain pressure, we've been it can go really quickly, even if you just play off of reads.
Yeah,
Good
that
parry
is
from
one of the
Brinson.
cases where the Zerk Zone is useful, is as a heavy parry punish. All right, we're just pressing GB at this point. There we go. The third one works. If it doesn't work the first 2 times, you might as well press the third. And Obi's gonna get that parry. Wow, Mason's actually mixing.
The defender wins.
His read rate is kind of out of this world.
Round
The
3.
reading comprehension goes insane.
Yeah, Xenix really Xenix. I just read Xenix in chat, so my brain got confused. Mason really like playing the game at his own rhythm. Really like getting the Burzen, not the burger, the Burzen, to play on his thing and really like making good reads on him. He's done a very good job blocking those chain lines too. I haven't seen him eat that many of them, so it's good, well played from him. He's gonna land an unblockable, and he's really destroying right now.
He tried to bully him. Unlucky.
Another chain line block, very good job by him.
Yeah, Tetsu says he thinks that Mason's reacting. I don't
It
know
looks
about
like it.
that. You think so?
I mean, it's hard to say like
Holy.
that, but like he's been blocking a lot of lights in the other matchups. He's been doing a great job blocking. He has very solid reads, but in which case I would assume he would go for more parries if he's confident in his read. So I assume he might be reacting a little bit. It could be. I don't want to say for sure, but it might be possible. I wouldn't put it past him.
Maybe he's
It's hard
not.
to say.
Maybe he's not reacting or reading, and he's just scripting.
Could be.
Could be. Smile.
Regardless whether he's
Holy
reacting or reading, he's doing a very good job just like keeping the Berserker out of his offense and just playing his own rhythm. And you can see the Berserker doesn't know how to react to a lot of this. Probably not used to getting his light blocked and or parried as consistently as that.
Wow.
The
Yeah, I
heavy
mean,
reads
even
of
if he
the-
is reacting defensively, he's making a lot of great reads offensively, like knowing exactly
Sure.
what his opponent's gonna do before he even presses the button.
Round
Yep.
5.
Nice to block what lands. Like even his defensive reads are really solid. And just like that, the run started 15 seconds ago, and I took a crazy advantage and just buried a heavy. And we talked about that punish before. He got a heavy, a chain line because the Berzen was stunned, and just got into another mix up, throw him and do the same thing again. Like when LB gets to his chain offense, he is a scary character to fight.
Yeah, and Obi's now fighting for his life in this round here. I mean, he's got to win 5 rounds in a row with half a bar going against full HP LB in this small arena.
Yep.
Oh, could be thrown. Obi's out of stam. Oh, almost. I was crossing my fingers for the out of stam kill. Not gonna lie. But yeah, Mason's kind of destroying right now. This guy's looking scary.
He is looking scary indeed. Seeing how good he's doing against the light attacks. Like I'm not surprised he's playing LB. Yeah, definitely like not delaying the lights makes it very much easier to react to. But like even the chain lights, which are like hard even without the delay on it, you know. Um, yeah, reacting to guard swap's pretty easy, but on a chain light you can't really react to guard swap as far as I know. So Eden did good against those chain lights.
All right. Does anybody in chat have any requests for which match we watch next? Otherwise, we'll go somewhere random. We might watch Flight if he's still going.
This is the J-Tax match. I don't think is over. There's the crack match that's still going. The Scorpion match still going as well. The Ray Too Nice match still didn't get a report. Oh, maybe I just didn't update or something. Let me double check.
J-Tax is not currently in a game.
Yeah, Ray Too Nice match still not over. Scorpion
Alright,
match either.
okay, yeah, it looks like they don't have an eye out.
Yeah, all the
anymore.
matches I named are still going.
Seed Eater doesn't have an eye. Risegor does, so it's pretty pompous. Scorpion's in a game. Do we want to curse him again?
Yes, definitely.
Yes? Alright, let's go. We'll make him lose another round.
Against
Moist fingers.
That's the name if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that name. That makes me uncomfy.
Round one.
Okay. Thank you very much, Spaniard.
Yeah, we should spectate Diamond on Hunted
Hunt it with a T.
next round. Yep.
Do we have a score input yet for this match? Do we know what the game score
Let me
is?
double check. It is currently 1-0 for Scorpion.
Insanity.
Scorpion gets Mooley, just tweet mix up, makes a good read on it, and now he's one light away from winning, and the light's gonna connect. Shannon is like, it's not a char we've seen a lot, but it's a character that has very good offensive pressure. And he can keep pressuring. Also, like he never ends his chain pretty much as long as he makes a good read. He has double light obviously that's enhanced to get into his key stance mix up, and then he has his key stance kick plus on dodgeball that changes into a non-reactable sweep mix up. That itself can chain back into key stance. For another kick on dodgeball mix up. He also has the keystone slide, which can, if you're trying to react to well, if you're trying to react to the kick, you're always gonna dodge a keystone slide. So forget what I said. They also have like 4MS chain line that are pretty useful, I'd say.
Yeah, Moist is kind of just getting chipped down right now. Nice deflex by Scorpion Meister.
The attacker wins. Round three.
Yeah, Scorpion's been doing a lot of Zerk lately, it feels like, and I feel like I see him wait for a lot of deflex, so it might be possible for Moist to try and bait that out.
Deflex are the way, man, I'm just saying.
They are, but not if your opponent's GBing you.
Just deflect an animation, easy. Just deflect on blockables or something.
Yeah, the zone select was unsuccessful, unfortunately.
I respect that read. Do against Berg, it's a little against Berserker, it's a little scarier to go for.
Yeah,
Good
I
parry there,
don't
baited out the heavy.
I don't think I'd hardly ever zone select against a Zerker. There's just way too much hyper armor to work against.
Well, the thing, right, I think the idea behind it is it's always gonna outrate the feint to light. And if it's gonna be the GB, if they do something funky, you know, like you can feint the zone and sometimes log the heavy. Maybe not if it's like a very fast heavy, but if you do like heavy and do some other shit, you can like feint it somewhat quickly. So I think that was the idea behind the. That was max range. That was very unfortunate.
Was that max ranged?
I believe so.
I'd be pissed.
It was pretty far, and it didn't seem like he missed the berry.
That is kind of tragic. I mean, he got the round anyway, though, so we take those. I used to love doing feint to heavy as Zerk to beat Zone OS. Yeah, it's one less read you have to make. Feels way better. And plus, I mean, at that point, your opponent has just used half their stamina and made a wrong read and a bad trade. I don't think anything was as satisfying though during the major OS era as knowing your opponent thinks you're gonna do a zone OS and just throwing a heavy from the side your zone comes out at. It is the biggest mix that's ever existed.
I'm sure. Out of curiosity, have y'all caught any of my matches? We haven't caught any of your matches yet, but we could try and get one next round, possibly.
Yeah, we might be
your
able to.
name in mind.
I think I've got him added actually, yeah, so that should work.
Alright.
Especially if we get some time after we finish the first set of next round.
Yep. For sure. So it looks like Scorp is on a good way to win that match. The Shaolin half 2 bars actually. You would need to make a lot of very good reads. Scorpion punches that kick with a dodge like good berry from the Shaolin. Gonna go for 2 lights. The undodgeable could have caught, but he feints and still gets a light berry. Good feint 2 light. Scorpion using the burst in offense and catches a parry attempt with a GB.
Yeah, that is a 2-0 win for the Scorpion Meister. And
Yep,
I think that he's 3-1 now. He lost the initial game, the initial set against John DeLiner, and then I think he's won all of his matches since.
Oh, let me take a look. Meanwhile, you can find another match to spectate.
Oh, number 1 on the scoreboard. Oh, absolutely. We'll check out your match.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. The tourney is not double elimination. No, it's Swiss. So even if you lose 3 matches in a row, you still play the whole tournament. So double elimination works where you've got a winners and a losers bracket, so you've got 2 chances, and you're just trying to make it as far as you can, and players are eliminated every round. Whereas in Swiss, everyone plays, everyone gets one opponent they're matched up against, and if you win, then you play against someone else who beat their opponent in the next round. And if you lose, you play against someone else who lost in the previous round. So it keeps matching you up against people that are around your same skill level. And then at the end of the tournament, the players who have won the most matches are the ones who rank the highest.
Yeah. Basically, you're always gonna play someone with the same win and loss as you, making the matches more even in skill as the tourney advances. There is 7 rounds that tournament. It's currently we're currently expecting the 4th one. So after this one, there will still be 3 matches left for everyone.
Yeah, Wivelet says they can't wait for their first loss to be live. Yeah, that's my kind of luck. Alrighty.
Like you ever won any game, Jones?
I've never won a single video game in my whole life.
I'm sure.
There's another game being played here. Question. Oh no, that's the same eye from before. Okay, Pompous is in. Nope, that's a fake eye.
Getting baited by the game again, I see.
Basically, yeah. The Flying Fleas. Okay, this game sucks.
Yeah.
You got it's hiding the eye.
Prediction 22 TV. Death by I don't know how to pronounce that word. So I'll just say the opposition Degrazi. You got Warhound.
Okay, yeah, I got
357.
One. The one you just mentioned.
Weeblord.
How many people are participating? We started. Okay, this is Breach. You said a bad name, made a bad read.
Oh yeah, no, like that's a different death, but.
Oh, I see. We started with
Really, I
128
could not
players.
figure out.
We now have 90 something. Let me count. We have 94. So if you're still playing, you've actually got much better odds of actually being in the top 8 because you're competing against those people. Listen, Scorpion, the eye doesn't tell all sometimes. Sometimes the eye just tells you some things and you have to make a read. Sometimes you end up accidentally spectating a breach game.
We'll just say it's all him. I'm trying to help him, and he's just going to any match
I'm
without
kind of
listening to me.
helpless.
And the loading is like so excruciating long.
Yeah. I really feel like you should not have made this mistake, Rippy.
I mean, you just had to read the battle by yourself, man. It's really
Reading composition is hard.
I know. Can't read.
Do we want to see War Mage?
He's not. He's not in game. His game's
Okay.
over.
That's gonna take me to another breach game, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, don't do this. Yeah, I don't think you have any of the people playing added, so maybe you do some adding
we'll
up.
do some adage. Oh yeah, I see the death by you were talking about.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that word, so I just
sloth.
refuse to try. All right.
Now you know
I just
another
refuse
English
to
word.
try. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You know, sometimes you just gotta give up the fight. You know.
That's what English is a fight.
Yeah.
There are not many matches still going. We might be able to finish this round out early, but we'll see. Mr. Delayed Heavy. I like that name.
It's a pretty broken name.
That's SGG Shikaku. That makes more sense.
Let's see. Is that guy like good? I recognize the name, but
yeah, I recognize the name, but I don't think I've played with him.
yeah. I'm not super knowledgeable in like MMers that play 1v1, you know? Like there's some good MMers that I don't really know that are still like good in 1v1s, but I don't really have any knowledge on them.
I don't think you have any knowledge at all.
That's very rude.
A little bit. If you're looking to join the tournament, you can't join this one since the signups are already closed. But the good news is that next weekend, both on Saturday and Sunday, there is a European tournament and an NA tournament just like this qualifier. It's the exact same format. And I believe Verbalocity and Freeze will be co-casting those. So if you want to get in on tournaments like this, there are the signups are currently full, but I would tell you there's a decent chance that you can actually make it in because a lot of people aren't checking in the day of. So there's a chance that if you sign up now, then you'll actually be able to get in on the day of and compete. And if you place top 8 in one of these qualifiers, you advance to the finals, where there are cash prizes.
Yep. Reminder that there is only 13 minutes left or so before we skip to the next round. So for the Troy matches that aren't already done, if you don't hurry up, you're gonna be given a double loss. But I do believe that as I said that and refreshed the bracket, they're all done. I think we might be good to go for the 5th round pretty soon.
Heck yeah. All right, I will get ready to update OBS.
Yeah, we got the confirmation from Spaniard. We
Let's
can
go.
now advance to round 5. And looking at the standings, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 players with a perfect score of 4 wins, 0 losses. So we'll be spectating one of those matches.
All right, I think we might. Okay, actually, let me see what the matchups are first.
Did say we would spectate what's his name?
Pompous, yeah, that's one
yeah.
of my one of the top ones to go to for sure. That might be the one we head to first.
I believe so.
Uh,
He's
Jake
fighting
Jackson.
Weeblord 117.
Alrighty. Scorpion the Flying Fleas. I hope we get to catch the end of that one.
Oh, that's a very good match, dude. We could spectate that one as well.
We
I'll let you
could. It's a
decide.
3-1 match, but yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see if we can get Pretty Pompous in first.
All right. Well, let's go for that match then. Then there's also I saw another match. I'd kind of like to see another Mason match before the end if we have a chance.
Yeah.
Maybe if he go undefeated, we'll watch him at the end. Also, Diamond onto the game. We need to watch one of that guy's game.
OBCT and Crack are playing as well.
Man, a lot of good matches this round. It's a shame
Yeah.
we can't spectate all of them. We might try to catch your match after this one if we have a chance armchair. Though as we said before, do not wait for us to spectate. If the match is still going on by then, we'll try and spectate you. If not, then we might be able to spectate you in one of the next rounds. Um, no one gets knocked out of the tourney, but there is some people that dropped out. Let me take a look. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that dropped out. I think 33 people that dropped out.
Yeah, there are 91 left.
So there's that. Yeah, please, we will try. By the way, the spectators on. We will try to catch that match if we have a chance after that. But we already said we would be spectating this match this round. We see Kyoshin. I think that's the first Kyoshin we spectate today.
Is it?
I believe so.
You're nuts. There's no way we've been spectating Kyoshin.
Hmm?
You're actually gaslighting me.
I don't think we spectated the Kyoshin today, no?
Oh no, I thought you said third. Okay.
The third? Nah, I don't think so.
Dude, I don't know. There's too much French in your voice.
Man.
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 I really did. I wasn't sure if you were gaslighting me or if I was like, I had dementia
I would
or
never
something.
gaslight you.
Okay.
Never gaslight
right.
you, but that Berserker shows why he's
Damn.
why I want to spectate him. He's going in hard.
Yeah, he's going crazy, man.
He's popping off.
Round 2.
Destruction package incoming.
Good read by the Kyoshin. They're using his undodgeable. Lloyd's gonna catch a full block. Well, when he exited from the full block, I mean. But yeah, pretty. What's his name again? I was calling him Wivlid. Making good use out of his out of his offense, out of the Berserker offense.
Yeah, unless Weeblord finds a way to not get GB'd out of his full blocks as often, this looks like it might be a pretty fast game. But I mean, he's also 4-0, so I mean, he should have some adaptability here.
Yeah, the first rounds of 1v1 usually doesn't mean much. Like, it's where you learn how like the opponent you're playing plays and stuff. So it's not rare to see comebacks or to see like the later rounds being much closer than they are at first. Or just get a lot less closer if they're close at first and then one of us like just adapts better and then it becomes like a very one-sided match. It's also something we can see. But as of right now, Kyoshin being totally like getting totally out 1v1 by this Berserker.
Round 4.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, the things about 1v1s is like early rounds don't matter as much. It's more of when you're figuring out how to play against your opponent. But I mean, if you take the entire first game to start making better reads against your opponent, there's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, but I think that's why this 1v1 tournament is set up on 9 rounds as well. It gives you more time to adapt to your opponent because a best of 5 round, which is the first 2-3, you can usually like you usually don't necessarily like lose or win because you adapted better. You lose or win because
You made
like
better
a
reads
better early
faster.
game reads, you know. Yeah.
Defender wins.
And the longer the match goes on, the more it shows like who adapts better, and the shorter it is, the more it shows like who's stronger, I guess, overall as the matchup, or who had the luckiest reads as well. I guess could be. I guess it's a perspective thing as well. Kyoshin got a round back, and he's doing good in that round as well. Maybe it's how we said. Maybe he's starting to figure out that Berserker's playing. Just read the GB correctly and did the dodge stack and beat both the unblockable and the GB. It's out of dodge, but won't get anything off of it. The light connects. Feint to GB beat by the dodge attack, and the full block now gonna be there quite a time. Makes the wrong read on the unblockable that the Berserker lets go, and the chain's gonna catch. The chain light's gonna catch his dodge, more like the feint to light, and there's gonna be a 4th round and already at match point, and this duel has been going on for
Round 6.
not a long time. It's already 4-1.
Yeah,
Very
Weeblord
quick
looked
rounds.
kind of like he had that round, and then he missed a full block recovery cancel, and it looked like it really shook him. He just got blown up from there.
Yeah. Berserker's damage and like offensive abilities like allows him to like win some rounds very quickly and makes like bad situation to good situation very quickly. And that's what we just saw there. His chain lights are lending a lot as well. Did you beat her lens? Kind of brings it a bit more even, but a light barrier immediately gives him back a gigantic health advantage. Unfortunately, the dodge attack is going to land there. The Berserker's just very confident in this round. Another thing that the Kyoshin, he does 4 dodge to bait out the dodge, but rarely punishes it, probably scared of getting interrupted or something. Which negates some damage you could get. The zone's going to connect, and the 16 damage zone. Very, very scary.
Yeah,
And
that
that's the
looked
first game taken.
pretty clean from Pompous. I mean, he dropped one round, and there was one round where Weavelord was heavily leading for most of it, but that looked pretty decisive.
Yeah, let's see if Weeblord decides to stay on Kyoshin or if he has another char he's thinking about running. And we're up for the next match already, and it's
Ooh, he did in fact
Hirokiri
switch.
Centurion. That is some wild. That's a wild matchup.
Well, this is the Wild West.
Yep. Let's see if you can do better on Hitokiri than you did on Kyoshin.
Round 1.
These Zerkers must be stopped. Yeah, Berserker is a very, very strong char. Especially if he can't react. He has insane offense with hyper armor as well, with good damage. Alright. Let's see if the Centurion can react to the Hito charge heavies at all, because they are quite the pressure if you don't react to them. Gonna eat that one here. Makes a good read on the GB. Oh, missed the punch. You want to do the little stabs on the GB, the little punches on the GBs, but if you delay it too long, you just throw a neutral light off your GBs, and that's what happened there. The
I am
light attacks will
curious,
connect, the future GB won't land.
now especially with all dodge attacks being light parries, what really does Hitokiri have over a Centurion? Because they seem very similar on the surface. What advantage does Hitokiri possibly have over a Cent?
I guess bigger damage output with the kick mix up, because Itokiri gets 22 on a kick that she lets go and 24 on a fence to GB, so more damage quickly on a good read. But aside from that, Hito's got a harder time getting to her offense, more reactable attacks, and as well she got I believe, I mean the dodge attack's not too bad since it changes, if we're being honest. She has very big damage on blockable, but that's not really a great move. Overall, Sen's got like safer punch. He's got an easier access to it, and he's got also like big damage if he full charges it. Sen's just like better in pretty much every aspect.
Yeah, there's some of the extra damage you could see that you were talking about with Hitokiri. One of the really only things she has going for her, but I mean, if okay, that I would probably call that a DC, not a rage quit. Don't know what that was.
Yeah, I believe that will be around going for
Round 3.
around counting going for the send there. After the DC, so it'll probably reset at 1-1, 2-0. I didn't see.
It was 1-0 beforehand, so that'd be 1-1.
For who? Okay, it
I
would be
think that'd
1-1
be
now.
1-1.
Alright, so I assume it's gonna count as a round for the send. The admins will make that ruling, not us. But if I were to make a hard read, I'd say it's probably gonna be reset to 1-1.
I hope this doesn't crash my game, because that is a possibility. Oh, okay, that's better. Better than crashing. All right. Okay, we'll wait here for a minute, but if they don't get back into a game within a couple of minutes, we'll assume that they're having some kind of connection issue and we'll move on.
I would also once we're in the game, start back from wherever they're at.
Yeah.
Start from beginning, because they'll kill each other in the 2 first rounds anyway, so.
Yeah.
while we're waiting for that match to start over, I'll look if any matches are already completed. There seems to be I think 4 matches, 5 there. About 8 matches, 9 matches are completed.
Yeah, it seems like most of the players that are still in the tournament have really gotten the hang of it, and they're getting their matches done a lot faster.
Yeah, which is good because no one wants to just straight up lose because no one wants to straight up lose because they didn't finish their match. So it's a very frustrating way to lose.
The spectation eye has appeared.
All right, let's go for it.
I'm going for it.
Same matchup, obviously. They would not have been allowed to switch characters regardless. It would be too easy, you know. Oh, I don't like the matchup. Unplug the
Yeah.
Ethernet cable.
Smile.
Oh, they're okay. Well, they're
Interesting.
not killing each other at the beginning.
I'm wondering if they
should.
didn't report what happened and they just decided to run it back.
Well,
Like between
normally
themselves.
I think it would be first to 4 that win, but we'll see whatever is happening.
Yeah, it's also possible that's what they're doing. Is they had, as the admin said, just play first to 4.
Yeah, but usually they would say like reset at 1-1. So basically like they would take 1 round each, and then
Yeah,
they would
it
like.
doesn't really make a practical difference one way or the other.
It's just more clear for everyone, you know, less space for confusion, less
Yeah.
room for confusion. Shit. Heavy there, so on the second heavy also lands, and the GB late wouldn't have catch a dodge attack anyway. Misses the berry, and the Hito is mixing right now. A lot of damage can go to chain light. Guarantees a free G for descent, and he's not out of stamina. It's gonna be. Did he do only 1 punch before throwing? I'm not sure. I think I blinked.
Yeah, I'm the worst person to ask that kind of question to. I forget
I
everything that happened to me 3
I
seconds ago.
believe he did only 1 punch before throwing. Could have done a second one and gotten a throw punish. An outside throw punish.
Oh wow, he stole that round.
Yeah, the heavy landed just at the perfect time, and then the light. The Hito probably like didn't expect this to happen, or maybe didn't even expect to survive after the heavy, or maybe he didn't even expect his opponents to survive after that light, and just was late on the block or something like that. That's stuff that can happen. The Sen doesn't seem to be reacting to the charge heavy, which is something that's somewhat difficult to do. The Hito should take big advantage of that, just getting a lot of chips in. Also, shouldn't throw mix up when the Hito's 1 GB away from getting out of stam, because it puts a lot of pressure. Now the Sen can get all his stam back by doing the Eagle's Talon. Zone's gonna land. The chain light also lands. So chain light also a move you don't want to use on Itokiri. It doesn't have much purpose. Aside maybe some trades in some very specific situations. So yeah, either you can use your heavy or your kick mix-ups, but the chain light is usually more mistakes than anything. We saw there the Sen after his kick did the heavy feint to bug the dodge attack. That's very well done. Too short in his recovery. So the backlight, not especially a good move for Itokiri, can be punished by a bash pretty easily. Even if you chain line, the chain link is very long on Hito's light, so if the Sen's ready for it, he can pretty easily punish the backlight with a kick.
Yeah.
Good parry there by the Sen. He's gonna get a skewer into, not skewer, but a pin into his punch mix up. Gets a GB, another mix up. That's where you see where Sen is really good. He made the good reads and kept the Hito in his punch mix up, and made like 3 good reads in a row, and that's just a game. Good light parry and good
Round 5.
the pin. How much damage is the pin from neutral? Is it 27?
That would be my guess, but I'm not certain. I would not stake anything on that.
Okay. I believe it's 27, but I could be wrong. The light there catches a dodge attack. Say like the Sen has maybe looks at a little trouble get into his chain, but once he's in his mix up, he does a lot of good reads. Like goes and parries the light interrupt and stuff. Punches the dodge attack as well. Got two feints heavy in time. Does the dodge attack to beat both the sweep and the GB, and gonna get a full charge punch. The Hito doing a poor job defending against the Centurion mix up. Goes for a dodge attack that got punished multiple times already. And that only beats like level 1 and level 1 feint GB. And that loses to everything else. Not really what you want to go for, especially when you get punished for that move a couple times. Seems like maybe the Hito Okiri's panicking a little bit when she's in that punch mix up. All the Sen's very, very calm and just focusing on his reads. Heavy trades there.
Yeah, we're just kind of chilling in neutral right now.
So Hidokiri not feinting to neutral a whole lot, getting punched a lot by just a Sen dodge attack. Delayed the feint to GB there, which made the Sen's early dodge be able to counter GB as well. Bad read from the Sen there, tried to light interrupt. There, GB's the heavy, very well done. Something I expected to see more in that matchup. Both these players, I thought they would GB a lot more to bait out light parries. The dodge attack is going to interrupt the heavy, and now the Sen is bringing the round back, and the unblockable is going to land, and that's 4-2, and it might be it. Depending on how they reset the game, it might be it, or they might just go to 5 because they're not sure how to handle it. We'll see whether they back out or not.
If they back out here immediately, then we know the result. Otherwise, we might have another round to play out. Yeah, it looks like they're waiting.
Looks like only one of them.
Yeah, I think Weeblord assumes he's lost, and Pompous is ready to keep fighting. All
Alright,
right,
well,
I guess we're playing this out.
Alright, well, first to 5 then.
First to 5.
The light there catches the feint. Dodges the sweep a bit early, catching him to roll though, avoids the mix up. Fully charged punch again. The dodge attack from the Hitokiri just gets beat very, very easily by the Sen. Seems like the Hito is really how to beat the mix up, but the Hito has the advantage there. No punches, could have put the Hitokiri out of stam. Decides to go for the heavy into his mix up instead. Hito not biting on the parry bait, and the back dodge from the Sen gonna get caught, and it's not 4-3.
Yeah, we might see some regret from Pompous for trying to play this out. I'm not sure what the ruling is on this, but this could very easily swing back in the Hitokiri's favor. I think I like Pompous's series of reads more. I have a lot more. Oh yeah, okay, they're definitely typing to each other now. Probably on Battlefy.
The Sen seems a lot more knowledgeable of the matchup and a lot more solid on his reads and stuff, while the Hitokiri seems a little more I don't know, insecure or something on those reads. So we'll see how the rest of this match plays out.
Yeah, I mean, this is an extremely reads-heavy matchup from both of the characters, especially considering that dodging making the correct read against your opponent gets you into your read-based mix-up. So,
yep.
I mean, if you can't read well, if you've got first grader level reading comprehension, this is not the matchup for you.
That's kind of why I was talking about the Hitokiri dodge attack. We've seen the Hitokiri do a lot of panic dodge attack and stuff and getting punished for it. Well, the Sen hasn't really been punished that much for trying his own dodge attack. And it's been mixing up correctly as well. Not going for it too much, but going for it when he feels like the Hitokiri is not going to feint to neutral.
This is truly riveting gameplay, I have to say.
Yeah, I don't know if something's happening or if I'm not sure if anything's happening or if they're just straight up AFK, but I believe they already had one round each the last game, so I believe it should be like done by now. So maybe it seems to be Weeblo that's like not there. So I don't know if he has like issues, maybe connection issues. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if I were the player who was supposed to have already lost at this point, I am happy to continue playing. I am, yeah, okay, there we go. He's
All right,
back.
let's see it.
Let's see what he's got. Let's see if he can steal this win.
Again, the light catches the feint or the charge. The GB here, the heavy's gonna be confirmed.
Spaniard says they weren't talking in match chat, by the way, so they might have been DMing on Discord or just actually AFK.
I see. Well, I guess we'll let them finish. Dodge tag there. Again, another dodge tag, but this time not punished by the Sen. The Hito on the verge of dying. Very, very scary situation. Already 1-0, and just like that,
There we go.
Sen's gonna take the match.
Alright, the problem has solved itself.
Yeah. Can you parry deflect backstep light? They are, you know, you cannot. Unless they still land despite backstepping them, you know.
Yeah. That's the
If the
main strength of
backstep is big-
backstep lights.
Yeah, if the backstep movement, like if the backstep movement on the backstep light is good enough, then you won't be able to parry or deflect it. But if they still land on you, then you can parry and deflect them. Unless they're like max range, then you cannot parry them.
Alright, I'm trying to see who's still...
Yeah, Islander is like the main example. He's in a backlight so far away that it's practically impossible to parry his lights. So you gotta punish the backstab by, let's say, bashing him out of it, or just walking away yourself, so he's not in range to do his own mix-up.
Alright. Randy Looney is up 1-0 in this matchup here.
All right, let's see it. Nobushi again. That's Nobushi favorite. I'm calling it.
Alright, man. Cope.
Round one.
We've seen a lot of sense today. It's at least like 3 different Sen players, I believe.
Yeah, character's gaining popularity. I also like the Star Wars Empire symbol on his Imperial Centurion. This
Well,
is meta.
I don't know if it's a shame to say that, but I did not know that's what the symbol was.
Have you seen Star Wars?
No.
What? Okay, this is an off-stream problem we're gonna have to address. This is
I've seen, I
this is
think, like,
concerning to me.
I've seen like I think the 3rd one and like the 7th or the 8th one, like not in order.
This
Like
a weird smattering of Star Wars movies you've seen.
yeah, a little bit, you know. But just like that, going back to the game, Nobushi takes round 1.
Yeah, the Empire loses that one.
Unfortunately, so.
Round two.
You can just remove me from the tourney, bro. I'm not cool enough for this. I'm DQing myself, man. I want out. I'm not gonna be bullied in a tournament. That is highly unfortunate. I understand though, like tournaments are not for everyone. I respect the decision, and I think it's cool that you let the admin know to remove him. But the comment lad, you seem like he was about to tear up, you know. So.
That is unfortunate.
Alright. Anyway, going back to the match, the Sen have actually the advantage, and the heavy. Okay, it connects, but still, the
Stam
Sen's not
acquired.
out. Alright, not biting on the kick, not biting on the dodgeball, but the
Ooh, it's a
kick's
race
gonna land
against time.
now. And
He's not gonna get it.
The
Unlucky.
stance on that light. I thought Inubushi was about to eat it.
I did too.
Yeah, that was a bit of an unnecessary throw, because he gave the stem back to the guy who was pressuring. Could have just did his heavy, went out stem as well, but gave less off stem pressure to Nobushi, or just simply not heavy and wait for the stem to come back a little and pressure.
There were a couple different ways to play that.
Yep. Keeps gonna land, but the light has the high frame property now. That's what we've been talking about earlier. You don't get a free punish on Nobushi anymore. That bleed light counters both a dodge to GB and a dodge deck. But you can counter it by dodging and pairing it, which then not chaining will save you from getting punished.
Round
So there is there's multiple ways to for Nobushi to not get punished for going for the kick.
Wow, kind of destroying. Oh my lord. And now
Yeah,
the problem here is for the Empire's not even pressuring Randy Looney, as he's actually just put himself out of stam to win the round. But I mean,
Yeah.
they're
Oh,
yeah,
he's done.
that's.
I believe. I don't want to say too much. I believe you might be
I will
done.
say I don't think it was a disconnect.
It didn't look
I
like a
don't
disconnect. It could
think
be.
so.
It could be.
I don't
It
think
could-
so.
It could be. It could be. I
It
don't want to
could
judge
be.
Shirley, but
I'm
you know.
not. Yeah, no. This is not my place to cast judgment. But if something funny did happen, I would
He's
laugh.
gonna finish your round against Claude.
Yeah. He wants to win, man. He needs a screenshot.
But we'll see what happened with that match. They only have 14 minutes left to conclude it anyway. But just to recap a bit, what happened? The Sen seemed to be trying to attack a lot and just got punished on his attempt to attack. Just got interrupted a lot and ate some heavies because of it and stuff.
Yeah.
And then a suspicious disconnection happened.
A suspicious disconnection.
In the sense that we might not see that guy again.
Possibly, man. He might have eliminated himself from the tournament.
Maybe.
But yeah, I mean, especially in that last round, there was an absolute opportunity to push the Nobushi. She just dumped her entire stamina bar into dealing damage to the Scent, which worked, and that's unfortunate for the Scent. But at that point, your opponent has blown so much of their stamina, and you've got a little bit of stam pressure you can use to try to pressure that and actually get some of the advantage back on your side. And so you've got to take any advantage you can get at that point, because just sitting there and waiting only benefits the opponent who's low on stamina.
Yep.
Pappas, we were referring to the Centurion there for the Empire. He might have had a suspicious situation.
His Wi-Fi died. I can
I
see that game anyway.
Okay. I will stop talking trash in that case. Unlucky.
I've been saying, man, it can happen, man.
I
But
have
it was a very,
sympathies for
it was a
Wi-Fi.
very whack time for his Wi-Fi to die.
Indeed. It
So
was,
one match left then to
2 matches.
one match.
I see 2.
I see one. Refresh or something.
I now see 1.
I told you. We now have 4 players that are 5 wins, 0 loss. Doesn't look suspicious to me. I mean, I was just saying that because his Wi-Fi
was
died
funny.
right at the end of the round where I was about to get XC'd, and that's a really Alta 4 way to lag out, you know. But again, I'm not saying he did rage quit.
Ooh, okay. Wow. We had some interesting results this round with some of our. We had 8 players who had perfect scores going into this round. And of those 8, we now are only left with Pretty Pompous, John Pork. I guess I'm actually going to say his name now because he's one of the 4 remaining players. But YXQJC2. And okay, I think the last round just. Oh no, it just updated the bracket.
Well, yeah, if you have 8 players with perfect score, you're gonna have 4 players with perfect score after the round.
And
Because they play each other.
no, I'm saying I was shocked at which players lost.
Yeah,
of
Mason
score.
lost.
Mason lost. JTax
I'm
lost.
going Mason.
Yeah, I don't remember who else had perfect scores at that point. But yeah, there are a ton of people with 4-1s right now. It is going to be a brutal fight to make top 8 at this point because there are a ton of great players who only have 1 loss.
Yeah. If I go over like the big match, Scorpion beat the Flying Fleas 2-0. Mr. Laptopa beat Obesity Gamer 2-0. Um, looking for names. Seed Eater beat SL Perry's 2-0. Not sure about Ray 2 Nice won his match duo as well. And I think round 5 is now over.
Is it? Let me refresh again.
Okay, never mind. I've
No,
been
yeah,
lied
I'm
to.
adding one of the players right now.
Yeah, Battlefield lied to me.
Battlefield lied. All right, friend requested. I have requested a friend.
The tournament's running smoothly. I'd say from my caster perspective. A lot of rounds end like with not that many people having their match incomplete, and often ends like before the timer as well.
Are you trying to curse it?
Yes,
Okay.
wouldn't be a FH tournament without like 8 million problems.
Cool, cool.
We are sorting a dispute as well. Okay, okay.
Okay, I guess he's talking about one of the other matches that already finished.
Okay.
The general gaming quality. Rippy, what's the take?
Um, not bad, but not great. Um, which will seem a little rude, but I think it was I think there was not a lot of very good 1v1 players, and so it led to chance for players in 1v1 that were like good, but not like insanely good to kind of like make it out as the top players. So that's good.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a spectate eye for this last one in this round. So while we're waiting for that to happen, I am going to disappear for just a second to go grab a glass of water. And feel free to do the
That's
same,
fair.
Rippy.
Stay hydrated.
Yep. We'll be back in just a few minutes for hopefully the start of round 6.
Last match should be about to finish. Good. There will, after that, be 2 rounds left to the tournament. Round 6 and round 7. We should have some interesting matches coming up as well. I believe all the matches are completed. Unless Battlefy is lying to me again. It did lie to me again. I'm sad. Give me the history of Raven TOing. How is it actually? I was not there for a lot of it, but I have heard a lot of stuff, and I'm not gonna get into that right now. I'll let some. I'll leave it for some other times, but I'll say I've seen more stuff about like I wasn't there for a lot of it, so I'm not gonna speak too much on it because I don't know how much of it was true or exaggerated or whatever, but I've heard some wild stories, and that is not without being too harsh with what I'm saying, it is not something that surprises me from like the little I've seen from this individual. Like cool dude, but a little Are only these two maps available, by the way? Um, well, first you don't want any ledges and any spikes or stuff like that, or fire in 1v1. You want to limit like randoms, and you second the walls allows you to well, having walls allows you to not be able to run away, because with bigger maps, some char would be able to straight up get one damage and run away for a very long time, especially if there's stuff around. You could just run around and stuff and never get caught. And then you'd have to make rules that if you're running away for more than a certain time, you'd have like the person closest to center to win. So instead of just making those rules, just play on the rank map. It's the main reason.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
There
That feature
is...
doesn't really work because
Yeah.
as long as you log back on, it's not gonna make you lose a stamina. You just need to keep you just gotta keep locking back on, unlocking, running away, locking back on, and it resets every time pretty much. And also a lot of obstacles you don't even have to unlock. You can just like dodge around it. Like you stay locked on and you just dodge around it, and you're considered locked on, so you're not like technically running away. Round 6 has started. Perfect.
I will reset the timer.
Looking for a good match. Alright, we could watch Laptop versus Mason Gamer. We could watch
Ooh, that
Seed
sounds
Eater
interesting.
JTax.
That also sounds interesting.
We could watch I mean that's the two main matches I've seen.
I think the first of those sounds cool. I want to see
I'm looking
Mason
for like the
Gamer.
we could also watch a match that's like 5-0 as well
We
instead.
could, yeah.
Um, looking for them. There's John Borg versus Brady Pompous, and there is almost like the Y. Okay, there's YXQ JC2 versus Rex Suplex that we could watch as well. And that are 5-0. And if not, we can watch the two other matches that of more known name, I guess. Because I've never heard of any of these four players, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Which is really cool, actually. Like,
Yeah,
as much as it'd
100%.
be great to have a bunch of, like, NA's top duelists join this tournament, it's pretty cool that we've got a whole bunch of people we've never seen before who are performing really well. Freeze is waiting for his Diamond Hunted game.
All right, let me check who he's fighting at least. Because that's true that we have it, like we said we would spectate him. He is fighting Chef Ramsay, so we could watch that if you'd like.
We could, but I think I'm gonna
There's
completely
also a lot
ignore.
of good matches. Then let's keep it
Yeah,
for
I really
later.
want to see Laptopa versus Mason Gamer.
All right, let's watch that one.
And I think in the final round we'll definitely watch the two players who were undefeated at that point.
Oh yeah, that's true. All right, maybe we can watch Diamond Hunted game. That's at the end of like maybe there's one that will like last a little longer, so we can watch that. A lot of good matches to watch, man. It's tough to watch like every
Yeah,
team you
this
want to
round is
watch.
kind of packed.
Yeah, a lot of rounds have been packed.
I'm gonna drop my in-game resolution real quick. I don't figure that my PC is bottlenecking the stream at all, but just in case.
Never hurts, you know.
Yeah. $3080 max graphics or nothing. I swear I can't even tell past like medium.
Oh, that kind of fucked up the stream, I think.
Oh, did it? Oh, it surely did. Yeah, it's trying to do it in 1440. All right, back we go. Bad call.
Unfortunate.
Unless we all want to just like watch the top left of the stream. That
Yeah,
works
nah,
too.
that's fine. That's fine.
We'll watch it. Watch it like a picture-in-picture on your phone. All right, and they're still not. Oh, okay, there we go. The spectate's there. The eye's just deceiving me.
Yep. We got it. Mason Gamer Centurion versus Laptopa Hitokiri. That's a good match.
Holy.
Yeah, Craig's been running Hito and Shug. I think he said he's been enjoying the chargeable heavy.
Wild. Give the stream the Scorpion touch. Oh man, watching Scorpion stretch
It makes me
monitor
die every time.
screens, 21:9. It's like, oh wow, this is entirely unbearable. Like unless you're watching the stream on an ultra wide monitor, it's just like wow. I sure do love looking at the widest
Good
stream
parry
ever.
there. And honestly, like if Mason was reacting to the bursts and lights, he might be reacting to Hito charge heavies, but we saw him preparing there, so maybe not. Good dodge tag there to be the Hito dodge tag. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be pairing those heavies on animation at all. Never mind what I just
No.
said. He just ate every single one of them.
Okay, yeah. Crack is
I made a
He
read,
knows
it was
what to
a very
do.
wrong one.
He started pressing buttons at the end and it worked.
Yeah, the problem is like he tried to parry every single one of them and ate like UBs
Yeah.
and stuff like that. He would be better just blocking them and making a read on the UB. Oh my god, that's the
Holy.
dodge attack.
Yeah.
Honestly, very good read by Crack. Good parry there by Mason. Go for the stamina bully. And Crack's gonna be out of snap after that throw, and Blockbull's gonna be free into pressure. Oh, yeah, he didn't have the stamp to go for his punch. I did not see that. Blockbull's gonna land. Good light block by Crack. And the GB's can connect, and Crack very dominant in those first games. When I say Crack, I mean like Laptopa, for those who were confused.
Yeah. One and the same. The beast from the east.
Still mad I got myself DQ'd. Got up to poop, missed chicken.
Oh,
That's pretty funny.
God.
There's always next week if you're signed in.
The bathroom DQ.
I'm a fan. Alright, good read by Mason. Gonna get a bit of damage in. It seems like he calmed down on pairing every single heavy.
Yeah, the other very scary thing to consider here is I'm almost certain that you're not going to possibly place in the top 8 having lost 2 games, so one of these players is not placing top 8.
Yeah, I think there's almost no way. Yeah, he only needs like one more read actually,
Yeah.
and he wins.
Yeah, Crack's actually looking really nice against Mason right now. I haven't seen him struggle like this yet in games today, Mason.
Yeah, it feels like I talked earlier about I think it was Mason, like controlling the pace against that Burzin, you know. But now it's really Crack controlling the pace. Really always having Mason on defensive, and Mason seems to panic and or just make the wrong reads and losing a lot of HP.
Oh boy, here's that wall punish. This is potentially major, but yeah, Mason doesn't want to push it with that stam. Oh, we're going back to the wall maybe? Yep. And this is where Crack starts pressing buttons. And this is the third time Crack has been on this wall this round. And that actually doesn't kill him. Left
He
top
could have done
survives.
the charge. If he loses,
Yeah.
he's gonna be so mad. One read away.
Oh,
Oh.
he just barely gets it. That was risky.
Wins.
Yeah, sorry about that, Orion. There's a couple of technical difficulties. I have what some would refer to as terrible internet, so it's not gonna look super nice. But the two qualifier streams next weekend should look much better with Verpelocity and Freeze co-casting. Today we're on a little bit of a scuffed setup.
Yeah. I don't know if is Verb gonna do like the NA one as well, yeah?
I don't know if he
Because that's a
said
lot
he'd
of
do
casting.
an
Man.
A.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see next week, but
Yeah.
that's a lot of casting, you know, like when you do like a 6-hour tournament in the morning and then a 6-hour tournament in the evening.
The attacker wins.
Yeah. And Mason kind of starting to figure out like what to do against that Hitokiri and kind of coming back when it's now 3-2.
Yeah, the gamer in Mason is awakening. And Crack has decided it's time to just press the right trigger button.
It's a mystery. We'll see. We'll see what the stream gonna look like next week. As I said, like I shouldn't have anything to do next weekend, so I can't do the streaming. Well, I don't know if I can do the streaming on my computer, but I can do the casting for sure.
I can stream it from my PlayStation. That might have better
I don't know
quality.
about that one.
Maybe,
Oh.
man. It's a mix. Speaking of mix, a laptop kind of destroying right now. I mean, they're both looking very hesitant to make reads, which is fair because this is a very high stakes match. Because regardless of what happens in round 7, if they lose this one, they're pretty much guaranteed out of the top 8. So I mean, this is
There's
pretty
always
much
next
lose or go-
week,
win or
but
go
that's
home.
not the mindset you wanna have, you know, in right now.
Yeah.
Good Barry by Craig gonna go into his mix up. No dodge stack from Mason. Cracked out Mason with dodge stack. Barry from Mason gonna get level 1 to wide. Getting a bit more stam damage than if he only did the riposte into wide. Good dodge stack there and Crack low. Gonna get GB'd again, gonna get pushed into a wall from an unblockable. And now he's pretty much one read away from dying. Probably surviving a level 1 and that's it, he's dead. Good GB there, forcing Crack to play more patiently and like wait in neutral and throw more lights to beat those GBs because it's very easy to get GB'd out of your heavy as you do.
Yeah, Crack just needs one round to finish out this first game. And whoa, that was a gutsy start.
Yep.
Mason's out of there. He wants his stamp back.
Also something that I've seen Craig do a couple times, and he could have gone like more damage that way. Like is when Mason trades into him, he could just like let the heavy
Oh my
go
God.
and get the heavy directly, but he charges it and sometimes gets buried. It's not out of stam, nothing's over. Gonna get hit by the unblockable.
Yeah, I
Game
mean,
by
we've
the
seen
light.
Mason absolutely mix people already in this tournament. This is
And Mason gets back in
absolutely
stam that way, and now
Oh,
that was so close actually,
zone.
but
yeah.
laptop are gonna take game 1.
Yeah, that was a sick read from Crack there. He almost threw it, but it just took one read there at the very end because he
Yeah,
destroyed
seeing all
him
these
so easily at
Itokiris
the
using the
beginning.
dodge attack and getting all of them getting level 3 by Scent Punch. So
Yeah. All right, that's 1-0 to laptop.
That's a bit of a panic zone, but kind of like it's the only thing that would have reached. The light would have whiffed, so it kind of works well. Raider BP. That's a matchup.
That is
I'm a
not a
fan.
matchup I like Raider in. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you get a lot of reads to do to get a BP, you could read the CC, you could read the flip, the bash, you could read everything. Would be a lot more Raider favorite if Crack would actually react to bashes, but I really doubt he's
Yeah,
reacting to
just simply react to
anything.
bashes, man.
Yeah, just like see orange and dodge, man. It's not that hard.
Yeah, man. Blitz does it.
You on old gen? Man, just dodge on orange, man.
Yeah, bro. If you
Guys,
haven't glued your nose to your monitor, you're not even really trying.
that's true.
Ooh, Mason's got to make every right read from here. Was that an unlocked life?
Attacker wins.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Kind of did very, very poorly though. You gotta like, you gotta if you're gonna do a non Clyde, you might as well do the spin with it. You know, like otherwise there's no point. Raider damage nerf did kind of hit him in 1v1, you know, he kind of went a few spots down, but he's still a very good, like, 1v1 char.
Yeah.
Good read there on the zone by Mason.
I've been mentioning how important it is to pressure your opponents when they're low on stamina, and right there, Crack was at like maybe 20-30% of his stamina, and Mason was full, and he just stared at him and threw a top heavy. Like, there's plenty of opportunity right there to try and pressure your opponent for using up so much of their stam against a VP. And you can't let opportunities like that go to waste.
Yep.
Even if you're low on HP and you're scared to attack, you're not going to be any better off in 3 more seconds when the situation is the exact same, and now your opponent just has full stamina, and that's the only thing that's changed.
Round 3.
Unlocking is allowed, yeah. It doesn't really give you an advantage.
I mean, it does in a lot of matchups. I mean, unlocking attacks don't really, but it makes them a bit weird to pair on animation, and
It's,
a lot of matchups can unlock and run away and shit, so it does give you an advantage.
I mean, not really on this map.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, I mean, you're talking like a Shinobi player, though.
Yes.
Okay, anyways. Rat.
It's like my whole playstyle, so like, if I'm not saying it, it gives an advantage. What
You
have I
have
been
no
doing?
authority on this subject.
I've been saying, man, I'm not a great 1v1 player, but I do annoying stuff, so at least I win the mental game.
That's all that really matters. Who wins the
Indeed.
mental 1v1?
Indeed.
Also, I mean, despite what I said about the matchup earlier, Laptop is kind of destroying right now. Holy God, what a read.
Did the BP ever attempt like any flip at all?
I don't think I've seen one yet. He crushing
Yeah,
countered a storming tap earlier.
Yeah, you need to like use that flip a lot more to force them the Raider to go for more GBs, and then your CCs are better, you know.
Yeah, I think Crack has either downloaded him or Mason is having a lot of trouble with Raider specifically. Or maybe a combination of the two. Either way, Crack's kind of running away with this. There we go. There's that flip we wanted.
Yep. And now it becomes a little more scared to let things go, so he can like allow himself to go for more CCs, even though if you feint to neutral, you can on reaction beat the flip and parry like a delight as well. So it's like still kind of risky to go for CCs, but it forces the Raider to feint more to GB and feint more to neutral. And if he does that, you get like to maybe like use other options more, so it adds more reads here to your gameplay.
Defender wins.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first round this game that Mason's picked up, and he's going to need 4 more like that to keep himself in contention for top 8, really.
Yep, that's a very important match.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really rough from here, but I like we've mentioned before, I think he's got the character matchup. He just has to actually use it properly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he got a character matchup, but there's definitely more than what he's doing that he could be doing for sure, is what I'll say.
This is a funny situation.
Yeah. There's really no reason for Mason to zone himself out of stam like that.
Wow, what a
It's
bait.
stood there.
He won the mental game right there. That's like, oh my god.
definitely won a
He's
mental
dominating
game.
him on the mental plane. Maybe not. One more. Oh, and Crack finishes it out. And Mason Gamer's quest for top 8 is ended this week.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, really sick there from Crack though. The Raider seems to just stop him in his tracks. And is there anything else good we can catch? OBCT. Who's Obi playing against?
Let me check.
And
Divinity
Fleas,
Atom.
actually.
What?
Who's Fleas playing against? And Obi?
OBC is playing against Divinity Atom and Fleas. I'm looking. I'm like blind as hell. Maybe his match already over, right?
Control F.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, he's playing Squidwards.
Okay. Is there anything else going on?
There is. Maybe you watch the Diamond. I don't know if it's still
JTax and
going,
Seed
but
Eater still going?
we could watch that.
I would love to catch that game. If it updates and they're still going. Oh, it just finished. JTax 1-2-0 over the Eater of Seeds. Okay, we might go to Obi's game here. Or actually, let's go to Pompous. This is one of our 5-0 players, one of our 5-0 matches.
Okay. And I'll say on the other 5-0 match, YXQJC2 like 1-2-0.
Oh,
Putting
nice.
himself in a, I think pretty much guaranteed, right? Top 8.
Not
6-0.
guaranteed because I'm pretty sure players could go 6-1 yesterday, and not all the players who went 6-1 made it into the top 8. It's determined based
Okay.
on the tie-breaking system.
Okay, I see.
Do we know what the score is in this game? Oh, sick GB. This is also the first Armusha we've seen today, I believe. On stream, at least.
Yeah. I think so.
What's the read on Armusha now?
What do you mean?
Where's the character at? In the extreme
I think
1v1
Char's
duels?
good. I think Char's good still. You got unreactable, like ring the bell from neutral. It's just like very punishable by GB, you know. For like a 12 damage bash or 14. I can never remember.
Yeah. So is he no longer at his status of being like one of the top 2 or 3 duelists, you think?
I mean, I'd say he maybe went down a little bit, but overall he's still a very, very strong 1v1er. It's just like even if you're not finding someone that reacts to ring the bell and shit, like letting the side of ego is a little risky and shit because you get like a lot of stuff that are kind of punishable on him, you know.
Yeah. Also, Spaniard did say that yesterday all the 6-1 players made it through, so that they're probably guaranteed if they only lose one game. But I mean, it's possible they're not, but I think they should be in that case.
All right. Well, that LB is doing very good.
Yeah. John Pork on top.
I assume this is. Did they report any score? It's probably 1-1, or at least 1-0 already.
You should check because I would have to pause the game.
Yeah, I'm looking. It's
Like a terrible
They didn't
scammer.
report any score yet, so.
Okay, so we're gonna have to make a read.
I think the read that it's 1-0 for pretty pompous PDW.
That's not a bad read considering it's on Armusha.
Yeah.
I make the read that it's 3-0 to John Pork. The game's already over, and then some.
Yeah, I've probably thrown into a wall and got inside of you there. I think. He seemed pretty close.
Oh boy. Forkmeister's pretty low. Yep, that'll do it. Yeah, the Discord dojo is not the tournament for this, or is not the Discord for this tournament. There's a official For Honor tournament Discord, which is what this one's run out of.
Yep. Those last 2 rounds, the Mushi hasn't really been punished for much, you know. Been getting away with his good reads. Gets slotted there, but a lot of HP. Just needs to play that slow and work his damage. Kind of getting chipped down with lights, but it's not a big deal. Could have thrown him on the wall again to get a side of you. It's still 3 more damage. It's not negligible. And gets it buried there. Now 1 read away from winning.
Oh, make that 2?
2 reads, I guess. Yeah.
You made a bad read. That's what happened there. There we go.
And there's definitely one of those. I'm calling it out right now. There's one of those lights that are gonna get buried and is gonna decide on one of the rounds. He's not punishing those lights, but there's one time he's gonna punish that neutral light.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about the scary thing about being a attack based parryable offense based character playing against an LB on a map like this. It's just such high parry punishes, which really by comparison makes the ring the bell look a lot more desirable. But then I mean, when you get dodged and GB'd or dodged and shoved,
Yeah.
which is not something that being able to feint a full block from ring the bell really protects against, it's not looking quite as good either. So
Yep,
really,
and
really just scary for the Aramusha here.
Yep, and LB still has like a very good throw distance, so a lot of time on this map he's gonna get like the throw punishing top heavy into stun, chain line, to unblockable. Like that is, we talked about it multiple times, but both GBs and parries on LBs are really scary.
Yeah,
Makes
God
it
forbid.
really scary to attack as Musha. Even just like throwing a heavy, and we don't see these LBs using that a lot, but just like doing neutral GBs to catch like heavy startups, even that is very good on LB.
Yeah, I mean if you're standing, if an LB is standing with a wall to his back and you get GB'd, you're done. Yeah, you were going to that wall. It can be 30 feet behind him and he will send you to the grave. Yeah, they're both very low on stamina here. But yeah, John Pork recognizes he's got a little bit more, so he's taking the advantage. And one more
One read.
should
Also one read from the LB can kill, so.
Yeah. You spawn in and one read from the LB can kill, Smile?
Pretty much. Sometimes that's how it feels. Like you make one mistake and this round is over because it's too hard. Like against a very good LB, it's too hard like to work your way back up from like being 2 bars down, you know. So sometimes it's kind of just you feel like you're playing for nothing the rest of the round, but you still die kind of slowly. Like it's still kind of how an LB matchup goes. Good chain lane there to beat the shove. Shove was maybe a little late. Ring the bell ending once again. The LB didn't really go like for early dodge on the ring the bell to get GBs. So a lot of time would only punish the ring the bell with what's it like 13, 12 after the shove, something like that. While he could have gotten much bigger damage. And after the 2 first round the LB took, the Mushi just kind of figured out how to play against him.
I'm trying to see what the result of that match was. It looks like they must have finished it.
Yeah, I don't see that game on, so yep. Can watch
Yep, your
the
read
flying
was correct.
please
It was
or
1-0.
delayed heavy.
So that's 2-0.
I'm unmatched at reading
Unmatched.
reading that. We could watch Mr. Delayed Heavy or the Flying Fleas.
I don't believe Delayed Heavy has added me back. I don't think we're friends.
Damn. Do you have Weeblord?
I have the Flying Fleas, and unfortunately, this other guy's name.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
He also only punches shell with top lights for damage. Yeah, I didn't notice, but that's not something you want to do. Ever.
Yeah, running a pirate. I mean, we've already talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's a pretty interesting choice this late in the tournament.
I think it's a chart that a lot of people still think is like good, and like you can see like pirate landed a lot of damage there. You would take another chart and land like even more damage with like
With that same
safer
number of
reads, let's
reads.
say. Yeah. A chart has also better defensive abilities you could play. Better neutral like damage, better like actually unreactable stuff. Like you have plenty of charts that could do what pirate does, but just better, safer, you know, shit around. The latest finish. We have like what 2 matches going on. We have this one, and we have maximum stacks
Versus North American Anton.
North American Anton.
It's, look at the name, man. That's what it says.
I know.
Oh, Squidward's coming back.
You're gonna make so many reasons. It's always scary to attack into BP. Like every bash is super scary, and then it's always scary to just like attack into that BP because you never know when he's gonna CC, when he's gonna flip, stuff like that. So it was pretty much. I mean, I don't want to say unwinnable because technically, if you make every single good read, you win, but it's close to unwinnable. Some interesting mix-up we see.
Fleas?
BP?
That's like the 3rd or 4th time that I've seen Fleas just do the forward dodge heavy in neutral. What do you think is up with that? Is that like a strat? Like
Well,
trying to bait him into dodge attacking or something?
Well, it works, but I guess it works if like, especially well if you're dodging like bashes like on reaction because um most people will dodge on 4 dodge heavy and shit, so that's why BP dodge is kind of good. Also, that's a punish. I'm spectating.
Yeah, that is actually the worst outcome, I think. is
Anyway,
doing
lost.
that punish and throwing the light. No way!
What the?
No way! Oh my god!
What am I
Get us out
watching?
of this game. Oh my god.
I have no clue what just happened, but
I'm
goddamn.
erasing the last 30 seconds from my memory.
Yeah, that was something.
Something is right.
Man, I finally dodges zone. That was an interesting changes like that when they made that zone 600, because it only like because the devs been saying how much they dislike like 6-star miss bashes, and they've been removing them, and then they give VP a 6-star miss zone, which obviously the 7-star miss one was like very bad, but it's not like the 6-star miss is any more useful. I mean, sometimes it lends, but at higher levels doesn't really lend a whole lot. It's not really used a whole lot. But against like people with very bad reaction, I guess it's like an actual mix up from neutral. So it's a bit of a weird change. But yeah, that match is a little wild.
That's all right. We like roller coasters out here.
Yeah. I expected someone trying to go and doing a single light punish and getting out of stam, and then trying to do an out of stam GB. And then I spectated the other guy getting a free kill with 2 heavy punish. Because Pirate gets down throw, Pirate gets heavy gunshot as a punish. Then do the first heavy, and then do the second heavy, got 2 lights, and then lighted herself out of stam and won.
Hell yeah.
That is interesting.
Keeping
With
it
time left,
entertaining
I'd
for us.
assume it is 1-1 in that match.
Yeah. I would doubt that this late in the round that they've only played 1 game.
They haven't reported the score,
And
but
I mean, it
that's
looks pretty
fine.
close as well. So.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be
The zone
shocking.
again, landing. For dodge, the heavy's gonna get grabbed.
Oh no! Oh, that was a roll. I mean,
Yeah,
as much as you
I
want to
assume
get
it-
distance from the other guy, the roll is just guaranteeing that you're screwed.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was on purpose. There's no point. I mean, maybe he thought the BP wouldn't be able to catch him, but I doubt. Like I don't know. Like maybe he thought he wouldn't catch him, and like that's why he rolled. But either way, his roll puts him out of stamps. So there's no point doing that. So I really do assume he just misclicked. I say that
That's
because used to
possible
happen
as
to me all the time. So
Yeah, whenever I do anything wrong, it's actually just my controller.
yeah, it actually was though.
Uh-huh.
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 Yeah.
Is that why you lost to Blitz yesterday?
No, that was just me being ass.
Okay, I
I
understand.
mean, being bad. I don't know what I
good
can
save,
cannot
good
say.
save.
I don't know what I can and cannot say. So me playing the match poorly.
We'll
okay,
find
and
out
also
when
him being a
Spaniard
very
comes in
strong
here and
duelist.
grabs you by the throat and pulls you out of the call.
Yeah, I know. I gotta be careful, man. For real.
All right, this
Oh
is
my God,
likely...
that's
I
a
think
high
it,
Templar move.
yeah, I think if Fleas wins this round, then Squidward's is pretty much out at the top 8 potential. I
Yeah.
think he's kind of screwed from there. Because these two are both 4-1, or are they both 3-2?
If they're 3-2, I don't even think they can win.
Yeah, no, I
already.
think this is kind of irrelevant if it's 3-2, but I'm not sure.
I'm looking. They are 3-2.
Okay,
At least
Still.
Squeeze is.
we get the pride match,
Yep.
the ego onesie.
Yeah, they're both 3-2. Okay.
There we go. Was that 3 zone attacks in a row? I don't know, I can't count.
I don't know how to count past 1.
All right.
I assume that's the set, and I believe
How
it
would you
might
know?
have been
You
the
can't
last
count
match.
past 1.
Well, exactly. That's 1. So you won.
You would make for a great TO.
I'm sure.
Okay, I figure that's probably about all the matches in the round, but I'll check.
There's
I'm
like
sure
2
there's something
left,
still going
including
on,
this
but-
one.
Yeah, Anthon and Maximum Sax, I don't think I have either of them added. I'll try though. We'll see if we can get our extreme vision. I sent a friend request to Anthon.
Shall become undefeated? Well, you're close, man. Like, you only got 1 more match to win.
Yeah, I think even if you do lose that one, then you'll still be top 8. Don't take me to court for that, but I think you're safe.
Yeah, I assume so because, yeah. But you know, you might as well go all in and win the last one. Dude, I've never heard of the player you're going against, but like, could be name change. I'm also not really knowledgeable in basically anyone that isn't like active competitive player, I guess, you know, or like old
Yeah.
competitive player. Like,
Uh,
I don't know the good like 1v1 players that only play matchmaking all day, so.
yeah, I mean, all 4 of the players who were undefeated at the start of this round, I have never heard of before, so this is completely new to
Yeah.
me.
Hey there.
Hello,
Hey.
Spaniard.
Hello, I'm just going to be a quick update on the very last match that's going on in this one between Maximum Stacks and Anthon. It's actually kind of funny. They had their internet died on the very last game, the very last round of the very last game. So they were 4-4, and it died just as they went up. But they are back in the game, and I'm going to have them make a best of one.
Okay.
Final round then.
Finish it off.
All
So
right.
yeah,
Hype
we'll
is
see. We'll
there.
see. Yeah, if you got them here, we might see the final. We might see the final round. The eye might appear and then disappear very quickly because that'll be the end of it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Oh, what? So
Might
what? Sorry, I missed what the thing. I see chat getting angry at Rippy. What did you do? What did you do, Rippy?
Don't
You
worry
don't
about
need
it.
to worry about it.
No, I don't know.
I may or may not have said that a word I don't know if I'm allowed to say.
Oh.
I said I'm ass. Is that something I'm allowed to say on stream?
Oh,
Or
oh yeah, you can say your ass. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
All right. Well, I'm ass as fuck.
I mean, actually, no. What you can't do. You can't. I don't want any misinformation on this channel. You know, you got to say your fucking ass, right?
Damn. Chill, man.
nah, no misinformation. You're great. All right, I'll let you guys get back to the. I'm loving the casting so far, guys. Big thanks for sitting in and doing this. I'm loving. I've been like listening into like the shade that you guys have been throwing at each other, which has been glorious. And I have just needed to like felt like I need to.
Yeah, we honestly need to, at least for me, like control myself a little, because sometimes I can go overboard with me and Jones in the same VC.
Smile.
It can sometimes
I
go
have heard
overboard.
you like just like wishing that you like you want to kill each other and so on.
Yeah, we get the 1v1 and grudge match after this.
Yeah. 1 second, I'm just gonna hold out. All right, good. Catch you guys later.
All right, thanks
All right.
for TOing. All right, he's already gone. I'm talking to nothing. Well,
Talk
Rippy,
to
which is worse
yourself,
than nothing.
Schizo.
Okay, buddy. The voices.
I think, unless Battlefire's line again, I think match is over.
It surely seems to be. Also, the standings have updated to now have players in the top 3 spots, which I assume means they're guaranteed to finish in top 8. But once again, don't take me to court for that. I'm going to... Wait a second. Is this only set up for 6 rounds? We might have an issue.
It looks like Maximum Sacks won the very last round, so congrats to him. Yeah, it should be at round 7 last round.
Okay, yeah, never mind. I was looking at the wrong menu. Okay, yeah, we're good to go.
Alright, well, I guess we'll go ahead and spectate the match between Pretty Pompous, or whatever his name is, and whatever this other guy name is with a bunch of letters. And
whatever their
to it,
name
yeah.
versus whatever their name. Nice.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, 7 hours, no, 6, 4, I can't count. 5 hours into this journey, I can't really count or pronounce names anymore, so there's that. Actually, only 4 hours. It's actually not that bad, but...
All right, let's head.
It's pretty cool. You can actually control the time it takes. You're not gonna sit there for
Yeah.
a 12 for an 11 hours tournament like what happened recently.
Something.
Without getting too much into detail, there was a 44 tournament, double elim that took I think 11 hours total, and that was
God.
an experience. I think Anton had to like go to school like an hour or 2 hours after the tourney ended. Didn't sleep all night for a tournament. That was some dedication.
I stayed up to watch that whole thing. It was really interesting. It was hilarious to hear Normie say, "I think the people in my house are waking up."
Yeah, no, that was very. can spectate, I believe.
Oh, we sure can. I was paying 10% attention to my monitor. Ooh, a shaman.
I haven't seen a whole lot of
Okay.
Shamazul today.
Very interesting. Yeah, this is our first time spectating. What is his name? XC something. We got to figure that out fast. Okay,
I just call him YX. Yeah. Oh no, gets GB'd. Gonna go. I'm surprised he doesn't go immediately for the bite pressure, which is like.
Oh, I don't think he's gonna have to bleed. No, he
Yeah,
realized
he
it though, which
realized
is
it
good.
too late.
I mean, better to realize it late than not at all and try and go for a bash.
Yeah. Also, I'll say like you should go for the bite pressure right away when you bleed someone. Well, like you can make the read that they're gonna light and trap, but you should like try and get another bleed. I don't think so, because that's his best pressure. And well, he just did one on it, but you get what I mean. Like the bite is usually like way better. Like it's like a 50 health swing if I remember correctly. And um also you got like a heavy parry, and instead of going for a zone to like another bleed, you just trying to one for a bite mix up. I don't think that's what you really want to do, because if you get another bleed, you're gonna have another chance at going for a bite mix up anyway, and your chances of landing a bleed on after a zone are really high, unless obviously the guy is reacting to the bleed self lane or the bleed chin line, which is pretty much no one that in that tournament today. Like I don't think anyone could do it today.
Yeah. Ooh, and Pappas is
There,
the one.
there.
Well, that's a max punish. Happens.
Yeah, like again, it worked out for him, but like very risky play that could like land him no damage. It works because he's really high in HP, but in another round, you know, like in a round that's more close, if the Berzin did like the good read, it could really be bad for the Shamzul. A pretty dominant round for now for YX.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of mistakes, but I mean, if he's already winning these rounds, making those mistakes, I mean,
Yeah.
if he can clean those up, it's just going to be even more dominant.
And I'm calling them mistakes, but like for him, it's definitely like he definitely considers that worth going for like the bite mix up of heavy parry, rather than getting the free damage back into another mix up. But
That was a
yeah,
great
he
decision.
also does move like that where he throws someone and then does nothing after it because of his stam. Like a lot
Yeah.
of mistakes like that.
You mean the mistake was to throw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or go for it if you don't have the stam to like throw the heavy, which I think he had there. But if you don't have the stam to throw the heavy and keep your stam, you might as well not GB in the first place. There's no point, you know.
Yeah.
Alright, good read there. Gonna get the bleed off.
Oh, he
Just
doesn't
gonna take the
go for
normal
bleed.
heavy for more damage, but then he just got deflected, and the damage is
Yeah.
back in favor of Berzin. He gets a read
Yeah.
there, but the thing is like he's rewarded because after making those play that don't make that much sense to me at least, he makes another good read and get a damage anyway. But he like going for the heavy there just basically makes him give up a 50 health swing by
Yeah.
pressure.
And when your opponent's that high on health, especially if you've got health to heal, it's like almost always way more worth to go for a bleed, so you've got the pressure.
Yep. Because like I don't think you realize, but 35 damage plus 15 heal, I believe it's still what it is. I could be wrong, but I believe it's still the values on it is actually insane. Like it's actually like so game changer. Like we've been talking about those LB punches all day, but like that's on par with it, probably even better.
Yeah.
He's gonna
Wow,
take
he's
a
gonna
bite
get
of
another
the
bite
high
here as
parry.
well. That is huge.
Get the deflect on that. You could have deflected that lead. That dodge lead.
Yeah. Who has Pompous been playing, by the way? I can't remember. Was it
He played a bit of Sen. He played Musha. Played
yeah.
Berzin, I believe.
I'm
as
wondering
well.
if his scent was banned.
Could be. I mean, Spaniard could tell us. Sure, he's around. They get the bleed on that. Decides to go for the zone. Could have probably got a light off of the zone. The Burzum, I mean, because the way it works, the bash pushes into the wall, but confirms a free. This zone has high promer. Oh. Yeah, what's the bend spin if you?
Oh, what's the bounds? Yeah, no, I can get that. 1 second. I will bring
That's good. Yeah, that's a pretty one-sided game we got. Yeah, good light parry by Shamsel, and it's like a couple mix-ups away from winning now.
Yeah. And Pompous has got himself very low on HP here.
One UB away, and that's
wow, yeah. That's game 1.
it. Yeah.
The bans were Athera and Conqueror.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he went Zerk of his own accord then.
It was Pompous who banned Athera and Y who banned Conqueror. And for some reason, I decided when I was trying to find this match, I like Control F and then tried to type in YXC, whatever his name is.
Yeah, it's.
And then realized I'd made a terrible mistake, but committed to it anyway. I did eventually find him, so there we go.
Heck
Yeah, that was quite a nice. I think that's the first shaman we've seen today on stream,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And he's kind of destroying.
Yeah, he's butting down. Catch you guys later.
All right, thanks
All
for
right,
the info.
thank you. See, I wonder if he's gonna keep the Berserker pick or if he's
I
gonna
don't-
switch.
yeah,
He
no.
switched to Musha.
Yeah. I
And
actually
I
figured
felt
he'd
him.
go for Scent, but that works too.
I think he doesn't want to. I think he doesn't. Probably doesn't want to play Scent against like that kind of char. I guess I don't know. I don't know if he knows what his opponent's going as a pick or if he just like didn't feel the Scent.
Yeah, a little bit of AFKing.
Yeah, but I felt him very like uncertain on a lot of things in the Shamsel matchup. Like a lot of the times you'd see him just like dodge attacking because he sees a mix up and getting buried a lot and dodging on pretty much every bash, you know. So a lot of panics I think the last matchup. I think Raider is maybe a bit more used to finding that char, so he's gonna have him maybe easier time making reads on it. YX starting with a strong round, just like chipping him out with light and heavy faded. Gets a GB on the ring the bell, gonna run him across the map. Would have been better to get the back throw into the wall. That would definitely have reached from where he was.
Am I wrong to assume that this matchup is Aramusha favored?
I got no clue.
Okay.
I'm always tempted to say Raider favorite, honestly. I think Raider is still like very strong duelist, and I just feel like Musha as like unreactable, which is like really strong, but it's like low damage, right? And highly punishable. It's like a high risk, low reward, unreactable.
I'm also considering like at the level where players
no
aren't
favorite
reacting
trees.
to most things, where
Yeah.
you know, storming tap is a little bit more concerning, and then you've got, you know, your full block to solve that, and ring the bell works into soft feigning into that, which is better against Raider's dodge attack. So
Yeah,
he's definitely
like
got
me
some tools.
saying, I think that makes sense. Only era favorite if they can react to storming tap and shit. But even then, like the UB, like there's not a whole lot of people that will react to the UB without eating the storming tap. So even then, I would maybe say even then maybe Raider, or at least like it's much closer. But
Freeze says it's Warlord favored.
I think it's Nobu favored.
Okay, man. I think it's Orochi favored.
Well, that's just wrong.
Okay, anyways. Yeah, Wise, pretty low on stam. And this is exactly when Pompous should be going for an attack, when he's got stam and Wise just sitting there trying to recover it.
Yep. But already like the pressure like on Pompous must be pretty big because he's losing 2-0 and he's losing 1-0 in a set. Also, the dodge attacking Musha ring the bell is usually a bad option. Even if you're trying to beat the GB, it only beats the GB because Musha can on reaction full block the dodge attack every single time. That's because there's no like chain timing for going into the full block. You can do it like as delayed as you want. We should get around. Maybe that's the beginning of him getting rounds, but he gets stun tap there. He gets a GB, he's not out of stamina. Right, he's gonna get to use his pressure. Gets one stun tap, one GB. It's gonna be max flash. Can he do it? He turned his guard top at times. He's gonna two top F into unblockable pressure. That is really well played because if you saw his guard was side, I'm pretty sure, on his GB, and as he GB'd, he swept it to top to get the max punish.
Yeah, that was
very well played. That's something you can do. You can switch your guard as you GB to always have your guard on the direction you prefer.
Ooh.
Blocks the light there, and so whoever makes the next read wins. The light doesn't connect with Barry on the zone.
That was a great parry. Yeah. XC, you could see there at the very end when he was sitting at bar and a half, he didn't want to let anything go. He just wanted to sit there and wait for his opponent to make a mistake. And I thought he was going to just play it very slowly, and then he just ate the heavy. But, I mean, getting to parry that zone at the very end, I think it really shows that XC's trying to play this very patiently. Even when he's got a health lead and he only needs one more hit, he's not getting overly aggressive and spending it.
Yep. Also, something I'll say, it's so unfortunate for Demushi because the idea he had was good. He saw a light whiff, and he figured I'll go to my zone, try and punish the light. If I'm too late, he won't be able to parry it, and I'll get to my unblockable mix up for free. Right? The idea was good. The problem with that is he was way too slow in the zone and got himself buried. The idea in itself wasn't bad at all. Could have trying to catch him with a ring the bell as well. If he was very fast on it.
Oh god.
The Raider gets mullied and
wow.
made a bad read, and just like that, Musha takes the round.
Yeah, that was two bad reads there, or rather two good reads from Pompous, I suppose. And yeah, you can really turn that round around with. Okay, that was a sentence. I'm gonna cancel the sentence actually. GG's.
All right. Sentence canceled.
Sentence canceled.
Good light by the Raider. I need a full book was coming. You cannot allow yourself to light like that. You know the Musha's gonna be waiting for that light. Though it's a read, you could also have GB, then the Musha could have Chin. Something that really useful in the Musha matchup is to always max delay your chain, right? That's something not a lot of people are doing. But if you always max delay your chain, it gives you a couple extra frames to full block something that's coming. There we talked about it, the side heavy that's unsafe on dodge. So you can dodge the what's it called? The deadly feint. And if you let it go to heavy, you get a free GB, and that just was the end for the Musha there. A couple good reads by the Raider.
Yeah, this is now tournament point for Y. If he gets any of the next 3 rounds, he guarantees himself into the finals of the Duel Frenzy.
He will take first place in this tournament as well, which gives him, for people who care about steel, which is not me usually, but I know a lot of people like the steel prices. You will get the most steel for taking first.
Yeah, that is a whopping 100,000 steel, so you can buy a lot of battle outfits with that. That's certainly what I would spend it on, is a lot of battle outfits.
Yeah. You'd buy 50 battle outfits.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it. Is there even 50 battle outfits? I mean, there's a lot.
I mean, on a single char, probably not.
Yeah, but you can buy on multiple chars, so there's definitely is enough. Yeah, a single char, nah, I don't think so. Musha bring back to 4-3. 2 more rounds for him if he wants to make it 1-1. How much steel? Yeah, I'm very broke, but I don't know.
Rippy can't even see his chars because he's playing on 240p, so he doesn't really care what their fashion is.
My highs are in 240p. But I assume less than 30k right now because I don't play matchmaking and I've done a bunch of fashion shit recently, so I think I'm very, very broke. Going back to the tournament though, the Musha's not letting himself go down that easily. He was rated very low, couple mix-ups away from dying. The dodge check's gonna land. The chip damage now, any ring the bell, any deadly feint's gonna land, but he puts himself out of stam. Good dodge here. He stands there, counter GBs. And good dodge, and that's good. He didn't GB!
Oh.
Did the wrong punish. Yeah,
it works in the end, it works in the end.
That scared me.
That did scare me a lot. The good news for Pompous, though, is if he wins this next round...
He did some very, very good reason, then almost true by not doing the free GB head.
Yeah, I mean, this is the deciding
Fourth
round.
floor?
Either Y wins the tournament, coming in first place with 100,000 steel, or we're gonna go to a third tie-breaking game here if Pompous can win this round.
The Raider refuses to go for wall punches all the time. Like always settles down for worse damage than he can get. It's pretty even round. Slight advantage to Raider, especially with the 10 HP advantage he has at the beginning. Lands another stun tap. Swing for a dodge attack. The Yarmushi didn't buy for the dodge attack parry. The zone's gonna land, and the dodge attack now lands. The heavy blocked. You can't allow yourself to eat a couple of deadly feints when you're that high in HP, and that's just gonna be it. And the winner of this tournament is YXQJC2.
YXQJC2. You think this is JC's alt account?
I'm sure, man.
You think he hosted the tournament just so he could get the steal in his account?
Yeah.
This is my conspiracy. Anyways,
Sure.
congrats.
Yeah.
And I believe that's also congrats to Pompous. I'm pretty
There
sure
is
he
no
should
way,
also
man.
land himself
If-
in top 8.
If he does not get top 8, like, he gets the right to break his entire setup, which is not very optimal to do, but you should do it anyway.
Also, welcome, Jozaru. Thank you for the raid. We just finished, well, not finished, but we just saw the climactic battle of the last round of the tournament. We still got a couple of others to look over because
Try to get
top 8
Diamond
advance.
on if you can. Like, I don't know if his match is over, but
Which one?
I would watch him and Diamond onto.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I've just been lying to Freeze for like 3 hours. Hold on.
Yeah, Freeze. Oh, his match is over. He's 6-1.
Yo, let's go. I am now
Yeah,
on
Freeze. We're
Freeze's
definitely
shit
gonna
list.
watch him, man. Don't worry. We're gonna watch him next week.
Yeah, no, we'll watch him next week, man. Don't worry.
That's what we meant all along.
Yeah.
Finished 5-2. Congrats. It's not bad at all.
Yeah.
I don't think that's enough to qualify, but you know, if you keep playing next week, you might have a chance at making it top 8 in one of the qualifiers. So there's that.
Yeah. Let's see who's still going here. Scorpion's currently losing to Arabesquez.
We could watch that.
We could watch
could
that. We've watched
watch-
Scorpion lose a bunch today already, though. Ray Too Nice versus John DeLiner. That sounds
All
interesting.
right, let's watch that. I'm down for that.
Yafira and the Conch.
The Spaniards around. Can we know the bands? I assume there's maybe a LB band. If he's playing Kong, he definitely got. I think he probably got his LB band, and then I don't know what good band against Ray Too Nice. Five two. It's not bad. 5-2's pretty good.
Yeah, I
Oh.
mean, that's basically one win away from being in top 8, I think. So
Yeah.
you got a really good shot at placing top 8 in either of the next 2 qualifiers.
Man, Ray Too Nice getting GB'd a lot. It's like the third or fourth GB. That landed on him.
Oh, JTax says he lost his last one as well, so he's also just outside the top 8.
Yeah. 5-2 isn't good enough, though. Shake my head. Warlord and LB ban? Alright. Warlord ban. I mean, I guess just didn't like fighting Warlord. And then LB ban, that checks that. Do we know the score right now?
I don't figure it that anybody but the 2 of them does.
Yeah.
They haven't reported on a Battlefy.
Unfortunate. That's a very, very one-sided match as of right now.
Yeah. In other news, Scorpion tied up the set he's playing. So they're going to a tie-breaking game.
What's Scorpion at? He's at 2 losses right now? Or 1?
No. We know he's got at least 1 from John DeLiner at the start of the tournament.
Yeah. They have not reported, unfortunate.
Ooh,
Good
baits out
parry.
the dodge attack.
Yeah, very good reads from John DeLiner in that match.
He's playing fast and loose with his stamina. I mean, it's working for him, so I can't really say much about
No
it, though.
fear in his eyes. I respect it.
No fear. My God. He
But yeah,
has no resolve for his own stamina.
yeah,
He's
but
just
it's working
going
well
in.
for him. He's making like every good read.
Yeah, going crazy. That is a good question. Why? I figure Spaniard or Freeze can probably answer that. Yeah, Ray Too Nice kind of
I
getting
think
dogged on.
the close qualifier is also Swiss, so the seeding won't matter super much.
Yeah, it definitely won't matter very much. But like for the
Maybe
first round, I
maybe
think
the
it
seeding matters for the
matters.
first game. I'm not sure, but aside from that, once like the first game is up, like even if there was seeding, it wouldn't do anything. But I don't know about the first game. If it's random or if it's seeded. I would assume random, but I got no clue. A good read by Ray Too Nice, landing the kick. The GB won't land. Something like that Ray Too Nice isn't really using is the backlight on the Fear to build like distance.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the John can like either bash for the GB on it, but like it allows him to kind of like beat the bash pressure without getting light barrier. And that's something like I thought I would see him use more on the Fira, but I haven't seen him use it all. Also, I haven't seen him use his neutral bash as much to keep him out of to like force a reaction. You know, he's been using mostly his chain bash from what I've seen. So, a couple like neutral bash lanes could like at least force the John Liner to like make a read. Good start for Ray Too Nice there, trying to come back to the 4-0 lead John Liner has well ahead. Good read from John Liner on the undodgeable, and dodge attack's gonna be the unblockable, and the GB won't connect, unfortunately.
Goes for a second zone.
Yeah, that's some interesting mix-up that we see. Takes a lot of stem.
He's kind of destroying though. Yeah, Ray Too Nice gonna pick up a second round.
3 more to go. Imagine he loses 4-0 just to reverse sweep 5-4. That would be that would be a way to give a show. Alright, a bit of a lucky CC, but well played it.
We take
Anyway,
those.
from Ray Too Nice. The unblockable is gonna land from John Liner. The light berry and the top of it, now he's not in the lead. Gets the GB as well, is gonna push him to the wall, gonna get another unblockable. Now he's one mixed up away, one bash, one anything. The light gets blocked, the zone's gonna land. The feint to GB is gonna catch his deflected them. Good read by Ray Too Nice. And he thought John Liner would try to GB him again out of the kick, and John Liner decided to go for the bash and throw the first game.
Yo, the top hat. Yo, he's got a tiny version of himself under there? What is that emote?
You haven't seen that emote?
No, I haven't seen that emote. That is cool as hell.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's the best thing I've learned today is that emote exists. Thank you, John DeLiner, for this information. All right, they're in another game, so that must have been
1-1, I think.
I figured that was probably 1-1, and this is probably the tiebreaker.
Griffin. I did not expect to see a Griffin today, and that fashion is quite disgusting.
It is quite yellow, very. I think he's losing all the points he just gained for showing me that cool emote. His social status has returned to 0.
Alright, a fear Griffin. Definitely a fear favored, but there's a couple stuff Griffin can do. Alright, tries to pair a CC. Didn't go for his way, gets small lead. Good dodge tag there. Good undodgeable. Can he bring it back? Good zone with parry. Is he gonna get a punish? Yes, stop heavy. Another kick maybe, then dodgeball won't land. And he got hit by the 4 dodge light. But that's where you see a Fear can, with the wall position, can get massive punish. Any parry, any deflect, if the wall is really close on the right, she can get, I think 16 is the
I
displacement
think
heavy.
so, yeah.
Into a 27 damage top heavy, into another mix up. That brings you back into that 27 damage. It's a very good mix up.
Freeze says he hopes John DeLiner's playing blindfolded. That would explain the fashion. He's trying to also blind his enemies from how disgusting it is. This is how easy Griffin is, man.
The defender wins. Round 3.
Alright, it's currently 1-1 Griffin to Fira. Good kick from the Griffin. It's a scary kick to let go, but it's also like decently good damage. 20 and 24 is alright. But you also eat 24 if you make the wrong read, so it's still scary to throw out. Good GB there. GB's the 4 dodge. It kicks. Not gonna land. Counter GB's a GB. GB. Good light parry by Ray
Yeah.
Too Nice. Go for the kick. The dodge attack's gonna land. Good dodge attack there. Another kick, and this kick's gonna land this time, and that's 2-1 for Ray Too Nice.
Yeah, that light parry was major. And are they both 5-1?
Round
You should check.
Let me take a look. I
Mr.
got
Person who's not streaming. Smile.
yes. So Ray Too Nice. Well, their match is over, so do I
Okay.
spoil?
No, you don't spoil. Just tell me what tell me how many points they had.
They had 4. Hold on, I'm trying to not.
It doesn't matter
Be-
which one you tell me because they should have the same score.
the attacker wins.
Well, they had. Well, I don't know what they had before though, because I don't know
Oh my
who
God.
won.
Just subtract 1 from the oh no, wait, yeah, you'd have to
You
know
know what
which
I
one of
mean?
them. Oh
Yeah.
God. Find them both, I
Alright.
don't know. I need an answer.
All right, I'm looking. Hold on. All right, so it was.
Well,
It
okay,
was-
never mind.
It was 5-1, I believe.
Okay,
before
so
that.
one of them pretty much qualifies off this.
I believe so. Yeah, someone qualifies on this.
All right, no pressure, man. They're tied in the final game, but no pressure, man. That's
Pressure.
The attacker wins.
something. Does Griffin get top heavy off GB? I don't play Griffin at all. I have no clue.
I'm
Don't
pretty sure,
laugh
yeah,
at me.
pretty
Just
sure
answer
I'll-
the question.
Round 6.
I'm pretty sure Griffin gets top heavy. Yeah, it should be
Okay.
same speed. Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't play that char. Neither does that char get played against me.
Well, good light parry. They're gonna go for 4 dodge if you get to kick pressure. Again, we go for the 4 dodge if you kick pressure again. Dodge light allows him to get to kick. Neutral GB not gonna connect. The dodge attack's gonna be. It's gonna connect on the bash.
Ooh, the unlocked light.
Wins.
Griffin's unlocked light is like S tier on the tier list. All I'm saying.
Okay. I forgot you and me
I
made
didn't
an
make it
unlocked light
the
tier
unlocked
list.
lights. I wonder if I still have it.
Oh God.
And Griffin is up there, man, in S tier. For sure, like no question asked. Griffin is S tier.
That's the only tier list that really matters.
Yeah, you could have done even more funky, like a little bit more like with a spin and shit.
All right. Well, Ray Too Nice is pretty much fighting for his life at this point.
Yeah,
He's
my
got to win
bad,
3
it's
rounds in a
light
row to
parry.
qualify.
Good heavy there, but the dodge attack gonna
Good
be
recovery
dodged, and the kick
cancel.
just barely gets interrupted by
Oh.
that, and that's it.
Attacker wins.
And just like that, John the Liner most likely gets qualified, and Ray Too Nice most likely does not get qualified.
That is a major W for the blinded Griffin player. And now I'm blinded from looking at the yellow.
Yeah, that shit hurt my eyes for real. For real, for real.
For real, for real. All right, who's still playing?
That's
Any
the
major
next
names?
question.
Laptopa is losing to John Pork. Let's see if he's still going.
Is laptop in the running for winning? Yeah, laptop can maybe qualify if he wins this. Same with John Pork, I believe.
Oh boy.
So that's a very interesting match if it's still going. I think, I think that match might be the for the last place to qualify because I think all the
Oh,
other
wow.
matches that are going are like too low to even qualify. So if we can catch that match,
So
it'd
this
be
is
cool.
like we've got 7 of our slots filled out already probably, and this one is determined by the winner.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I don't want to make any like.
No, 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 no. You said it. You're going to court if one of them gets
I don't
placed.
I don't want to make any hot takes, but
Too
from
late.
what I'm seeing, YX key JC2 number like is qualified. Pretty Bumpus is qualified. Alright, Battlefire reset in my face. Hold on. Just refresh the page.
They might have finished. I'm not sure we're gonna get to spectate.
Jungle qualified. Diamond Hunted qualified. Too Fat to See qualified. Arabesques
You're telling me
qualified.
Diamond Hunted qualified and we didn't spectate him?
We didn't spectate a single game. Rexoplex
That's
qualified.
so
We're
great.
waiting for the winner between John Pork and Crack to see who
Oh.
qualifies.
Arabesques beat Scorpion. He qualified.
So Scorpion could have qualified, but he lost like a noob.
Yeah, Scorpion's kind of bad at the game actually. Went 5 and 2.
A bit, man. Like, what happened?
Yeah,
I'm sure he's
if he
in
would have
chat.
won
What
that game,
happened?
he would have been in. Kind of bad.
Like, can we have a loser interview? Can we get Scorpion in here
A
and play him?
loser interview? You want to just go down the 128 player list?
No, we just get Scorp because we flame him.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'm really hoping we get to actually catch this last game.
Yeah, I'll refresh, see if they reported the score or something.
They still
No,
haven't.
they still didn't report the score, so.
Two of the other 2 games are going, or have finished though. So there's this game and one other game that is too low to qualify.
Yeah. There's an all down that hill. You should still win, man. You should still win. You gotta save your honor.
Yeah, anybody who's planning on playing in the qualifier next Saturday can not, because I'm gonna be in it, so you're not gonna win anyway.
You're real funny, but
What's
is
funny?
that really true though? You're not going to 1v1 right now? We'll see. See how it goes.
I'm actually busy right now.
Oh, the match is over. And
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, it
What's
is.
the grand reveal?
And
Give
Mr.
me.
Laptop
I'll give you a drum
qualified.
roll. Wait, what? Who won? You can't. You just live spoiling it.
Live spoiling. When you tell I spilled the bean anyway in chat, like, what's wrong with that guy, honestly?
Let's go.
You tell FH, just spill the bean before I get to do it myself.
Insane. Crack 1 in NA.
You better qualify next weekend, Scorpion. Like, I don't want to hear any excuses from you.
Let's go.
All right.
All right. There's one more match going on. I don't even know if I have either of them added.
I have a
and it's
question
not
to
qualifying.
Spaniard.
So.
I have a question to Spaniard. If we were to make a garage match, me and Jones in stream right now, and he were to beat me, am I allowed to? Can he take my qualifier spot? I think that would be I for the stream. Like, I put my qualified spot in the game for the garage match at the end of the stream. I think that would
Risking
be
it
very
all.
good for the show.
You sure you want to lose that, man?
I mean, you're so confident. Like, if I beat you, your ego's gonna be shattered. That's all I
Yeah,
need.
okay, but you'd have to beat me for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? It might
Have
happen,
you
man.
ever once beat my PK?
I don't think I have once follow your PK, but I could.
Exactly.
I
Never
can
beat me.
but I can like get some clips, man. I've got some clips of you. You're can clip.
Oh, well, too late. We can't do that now. We got a spectate eye. Unfortunate timing for you.
I'm not sure we can allow that. You could allow it, man, if you have my permission.
Trust.
How about I just give my account to Jones? Wouldn't be against the rule at all. I'm
If
sure.
Rippy wins, Jones can't play next weekend. This deal's looking worse.
It's worse every second.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want your account anyway. You got some really gross fashion.
That's so
The only
cap.
good thing you've got is Lord Ramiel.
I got like every fashion. It's 1-1. Okay, so that's like the final match. But my fashion is like unmatched, unrivaled. Alright, last match BO3, LB Afira. And let me check real quick what's their current score. Like
Nutella said it's 1-1.
No,
Oh,
in
you mean
terms
their overall? Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
I'm a bit slow to pick up on things. Smile.
I know.
Okay, buddy.
So they are two at least Randy Looney is 2-4, so I assume his opponent is also 2-4.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean saving the honors there, like going 3-4 isn't too bad, but going 2-5 maybe it's a little bad, you know. So just adding pressure to the
So
contest.
this is a major deciding match between not
It is
too
a
bad
major
and pretty
deciding.
bad.
Yeah, it's deciding between decent and not decent. Okay, like
Okay.
it's like massive, massive.
How much
but
can
nah.
you flame before you are actually kicked out of the casting call?
Like, I've been speedrunning getting kicked, but
Okay.
joke aside, like real talks, like I do appreciate that, even though like these guys might have not like performed their best today, like they still stayed true to full tourney. Like it really shows
Yeah, for sure.
really shows the mental resilience, you know, to just like keep flying even though it's maybe not going the way they would have wished.
Yeah,
GG's
because
to
a
both
lot of players
contestants.
go like 0-1 or 0-2 and they just decide, no, I'm out of here. This isn't worth my time.
I'm really bad at speedrun. I mean, I could try, but I kind of don't want to be an asshole to random contestants, you know, that I don't know about. You know, I'm here to make enemies of people I don't like, and I don't like those people. It's getting very confusing, I know.
I don't like you.
Well, I don't like you. I wish
Alright, glad we got that
you're
settled.
my enemy. Alright, going back to the game though, the fear is dominating pretty badly. I feel like we're getting a bit off subject every match these days. Like
Yeah.
round 6 and 7, we've
I don't know
been
what
a
they
lot of
expected putting the two of us together.
I have memes as well. He is my enemy. Alright, 3-0 for the Fira, and it looks like what's his name? D-Mac?
Indeed. Yeah, he's looking pretty strong here.
He's looking pretty strong on the Afira. Maybe it's this char of predilection, you know, maybe there should have been an Afira ban. The
Wow.
Impel. Too late, delayed the heavy a little bit, but the Impel was goaded. Top line to heavy. Gets baited out, tried to pair a CC. Line the kick's gonna connect. Heavy's also gonna catch a dodge. Good read by D-Mac. The line's gonna connect as well, and one light attack away from just winning the 4th round. And good impel by
Is that
LB.
connect the wall?
Won't
Yeah,
put him
sure
out
is.
stand right away.
One
Good
more
heavy,
lead.
and a dodge attack's gonna land.
The attacker
Yeah, we are one round away from D-Mac winning this one.
No, don't like that sentence. Yeah, you can't expect too much of him 5 hours into a tourney. Okay, can't expect
He's this stupid all the time. Don't listen to him.
That's kind of true,
That
but
is an excuse.
that is a little true. But you know, like I gotta save the face when I can. The Albedo, getting the impel, gonna get a top heavy as well. Still light, gonna go for the heavy instead. Misses the pair on the dodge attack. There, that fear could have gone like a
Max
wall
punish.
punch. Yeah, could have gone like 2 wall punishes. And blockable. I'm gonna hit the wall. I'm surprised the LB didn't parry that. I would have totally went for the parry.
He's got the mental fortitude.
Yeah. Shove gets interrupted by a chain kick. The light's gonna land the thing. Again, one go for the left heavy. And, oh, that's a punish, but it's gonna
Punish,
kill.
baby.
wins.
I'm a fan. For real, did people take the 45 minutes every round? Yeah, I don't know, because like 45 minutes is like a lot for real. Like, it's like a lot of time to play your matches. I understand some matches can have issues, but like, it's not often that you should like go the full 45 minutes, if at all.
Yeah, the 45 minutes was mostly just like Spaniard and Nutella trying to be as generous as possible so that if there was like a bunch of like problems that somebody didn't get DQ'd for that reason, but
Yeah, you guys should definitely thank Italian Spaniard for that tourney. They worked really, really hard and
yeah.
like
Answered
you
the
were gonna
same
have
question 100 times.
yeah, that too. Like the amount of questions, and I'm not throwing flames at anyone. Like, but the amount of question that could have been answered by by simply
Reading
reading the rule or the FAQ is like insane. Like, so respect to them for going through that.
Yeah, Randy Looney might be turning this around here. Oh my god.
Come back. The heavy's gonna land a shove as well. Gonna wait for his time a little bit. The GB's gonna land on the neutral side dodge, which was a little confusing of a play, but won't go for light parry this time. Decided not to get mullied with such a huge health advantage. Good decision. Gotta get a GB, and that's gonna be round 3.
Yeah, that's 3 rounds in a row here. We might have a reverse sweep.
The defender wins.
Again, I didn't say that to throw flames at anyone that were asking questions, but at the same time, there's a lot that could have been answered by reading the rules. So without making fun of them, I'm just gonna point out that the CC, that was a beastly CC on the light. Another light lands the kick, and that round's going really in favor of Fira. She's 1 round away from
She's out of stand though.
winning this match, but she's outstanding. LB, can you make the most of it? The shove's gonna land unblockable, not gonna land. The shove's gonna get dodge attack. Thought light was gonna get buried, but that doesn't get buried. A heavy trade for light connect, and that's it. Or would have been it had the Fira went for the left heavy, which displaces on the right wall. But in the end, the Fira still takes the match. And I think that's it for the tournament.
Yeah,
1
that
minute
was the-
40,
that was
1
the
minute
last one.
30 on the timer. I think something like that.
Yeah,
And
they barely avoided the sweeping DQ.
yeah, both of them would have been 2 and 5. Imagine how bad that could be.
Okay. That's the lesson to
I'm
take from
making
that.
jokes, okay? Like, don't hate me. Like, you guys play nuts. Like, for real. Like, don't take what I say seriously.
Yeah. All right. Well, we might have Spaniard join in at the end of this. I don't know if we have any kind of announcements or anything. They did mention earlier.
Spaniard is here.
Oh, he sure is. I forgot. I don't have
So I heard
Hello,
you say that
Spaniard.
as soon as I heard it. Oh, and they finished just in time in that 1 minute left. I'm not sure how many announcements I probably should have like thought about organizing my thoughts before jumping straight
No,
in
of course not.
to
We're stream of consciousness.
thanks so much. First off, big thanks to you guys for casting and streaming. Again, it was very short notice. We'd let these guys know, and they again pulled out an absolute banger of a stream. I mean, well, sorry, they did all right. They were fine.
Okay.
We might get them
He
back.
fits right
I don't know.
in.
We'll see what people say. If
All right,
there's
who's the
no one
best
better,
caster? Who's the best caster
There's no
between me
one
and
better.
Jones? Like, we fighting to the.
oh,
Are we casting
I
one
think
of
Fighting
them?
till one of us dies. If we
who's the
can't
best
find it,
caster?
fight in
I mean,
game.
it's just not a fair comparison because like
It is. I'm just so much
all
better.
all the other casters are just like so far out.
This is like comparing
Is it
two
really
D
unfair to
tier
call you guys
jars.
casters? I mean, like you're just some dudes. Just...
Yeah.
No, you're both brilliant, and I love having you both here. I can't even like keep this up just for the sake of jokes. You guys are fantastic, and I really enjoyed it. So thank you very much. Big round of applause in chat for these guys, but also a big round of applause for everybody who played today, especially everybody who stuck through to the end. Thank you very much, and of course all our great qualifiers.
Qualificants?
The
Qualified
winners,
players.
all the winners who did
Qualified.
really well, especially YX. Oh, I'm not saying the rest of that name.
No.
Especially Y for getting unbeaten, but also for the top 8, which is Pretty Pompous, John Delina, DH or Diamond Hunter, Crack, Laptopper, the Homo the Third. Oh wow, oh, great. Should have seen. I should have used the other one. His other name. Okay, his other name was Too Fat to See, which is another great name. Absolute.
Choose
Yeah.
one.
Arabesque.
That's
and,
getting clipped, man.
Rexoplex.
Like, someone's clipping that.
Yeah. There's a whole like archive of Spaniard goof.
I'm sure.
But yeah, big thanks to you guys competing there. So that's obviously all for this weekend because it's almost midnight for me on Sunday, so there's no more of this weekend left. But we have we're doing the same again. The qualifiers number 3 and qualifiers number 4 in both EU and NA next weekend. They're full up with participants at the moment, but people don't sign up. People don't check in on the day, so check into them or sign up, and you are likely to get a slot, judging by the rate of check-ins that we've had today. So and the rest of this weekend. So if you didn't manage to get in to the top 8 this time, you still have a chance at that and the steel prizes. So yeah, sign up for those, and we will be doing some kinds of casts for they'll be in maybe here, maybe in other places. Congrats to everybody who played, and I think I've run out of words. Oh, of course, massive thanks to Nutella as well for doing the moderation with me as well, and the admin stuff. We've been like, I know I'm the more public facing of the two of us. I like to talk, and you know, I can't even stop talking some of the times. But he does just as much work as me, if not more. So big props to Nutella for without whom none of this would have been possible. Does that make sense? Is that a sentence?
That's a sentence.
Yeah, all right. Oh, I think that's enough from me. Yeah, you guys can say goodbye or lead it out as you want to. Or if you want to do your grudge match duel, you can do that.
I'm booted
think
up,
I
man.
might,
That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna preserve my dignity and do that one off stream.
Oh, okay. I'll have to confirm with Nutella whether or not we can allow Jones to like fight Rippy for your spot in the tournament. But like, you know, it might be possible.
Everything on the line, man.
Yeah,
Put
it'll have to-
everything on the line.
Everything. Well, it will have to be on stream when it's done. I think we'll have to do a special stream for that, though. You know, just a
Perfect.
Rippy Jones grudge match.
You can do that right now. I'm there.
I'm actually busy right now. This is a terrible
Yeah, he's
coincidence.
busy
Right
right now.
now?
He's got a
Damn,
doctor's
he's
appointment.
choking out.
He's got to take his grandma to the airport,
Mhm.
and like his dog's getting a pedicure or something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right, GG's guys. Thanks so much for being in the chat, and I'm out of here.
All right. Before you go, actually, do we want to send the raid to someone?
Oh shit, raids! Of course, I forget we do that on Twitch. I don't. Yes, we should. We should definitely send it to somebody. I don't know. Who we
I'm
should
booting
send
up
it to,
stream. I'm booting up stream.
because I don't know the. Let's have a look at the disc. Let's have a look at the what's it called, directory. We've got. Well, John Deliner is streaming. I'm not sure will he be carrying on streaming, having. We could send it to John Deliner because obviously he's been streaming and done.
Yeah, he
and
seems to
done
be
so well
inviting
in this
people now,
tournament.
so I assume he's gonna keep going.
Yeah, let's send it. Wait, he's inviting people, is he?
He seems to be, yeah. I assume he's
All
doing
right, well,
matchmaking.
let's send it over to John Deliner as like an extra prize for doing so well in the tournament. So, congrats to John Deliner, and yeah, let's send it over to him.
All right. Let's see if I can remember this command.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm a noob at this.
Oh, I'm not sure I have permission. Try /raid John Deliner, maybe?
Okay, so how?
I'll type it in
so
chat. See if you can
slash
copy and
raid.
paste it.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, Freeze did it. Did that work? Yeah, it is working.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think it will.
Oh, sick. All right. Very cool. We'll see you all next
And of
time.
course, big
Smile.
cheers to
I
Freeze as well
will-
for helping out.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and thanks to again Nita and Spaniard for all the TOing, and thanks to Jones for casting with me. And seeing that Jones choked the 1v1, I'll see you eventually for that 1v1. I'm not giving up.
Yeah, I'm busy with the dog's pedicure, BRB.
Yep. All right. Well, you guys have fun.
All right, bye everybody. Bye.